is Grover Washington Jr.
Oh, wow.
The
That was a
cover, of
lot.
the cover of his album, A Secret Place.
Clearly, I missed that one. With that, let's go ahead and begin this evening's City Council conference. We have one item on the agenda that is change order number 1 to contract K 1819-113 with Silver Star Construction Company, increasing the contract by $206,335.28. And presenting tonight, we have Mr. Mensah. Take it away, sir.
Tony, go ahead. Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to present before you and for your consideration change order number 1 to contract K-1819-113, which is item number 16 on tonight's City Council agenda. Did you see my presentation okay? Is it?
Go ahead and share your screen, Tony.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, awesome. Okay, there we go. So contract K-1819-113 with Silver Star was awarded back in April 23rd, 2019 to Silver Star Construction Company, Inc. in the amount of $1.3 million. And this was for street maintenance CIP projects, multi-year projects spanning from 2015 through 2019. And there were several locations that were part of this contract, including Haddock Street. Most of the projects were originally set to be asphalt mill and inlay, which is just grinding the top 2 inches and then paving 2 inches back. So as you can see from the table here, there were several locations that are listed over here. This is a map showing the different locations for the contract. And Haddock Street from Peters Avenue to Crawford Avenue is the last of the contract of the locations on this contract. And it was also set initially for a mill and repave, as I indicated earlier. This change order number 1 to contract K-1819-113 is for $206,000. That's an increase to a new revised amount of $1.5 million. This represents about 15.8% on the contract. The funds for this we propose to be transferred from the 2016 Street Maintenance Bond Program, the Lahoma project, which was from Gray Street to Nebraska Street. And we were able to complete that project and with a savings of about $700,000. I'm gonna share a few photos here. This is a pre-construction photos of Haddock Street. As you can see, mill and inlay, which is grinding the top 2 inches, was not possible in this case because there was nothing left after taking the top 2 inches off. The alligated streets that you see indicates that the substructure or what is underneath the surface has failed, and therefore mill and inlay was not going to work. So it was very important that we spent a little bit more money here and rebuilt this street so that we can get at least 12 to 15 years of service out of that street. If we did a mill and inlay, then we'll be back here again, maybe next year or 2 years doing the same street again. This picture shows that the curb and gutter has also failed. And so this is another indication that mill and inlay wasn't going to work in this particular case. This is when the asphalt was taken out, and as you can see, we needed to stabilize and then rebuild the whole street from the ground up, including driveways and curb and gutter. So tonight's change order is will be able to help us to do that. And this will finish the contract, and then that will bring us up to speed on our CIP projects. With this, we'll be more than happy to take any questions.
I have a question, Mr. Mensah. Did you say that how once you pulled off the first 2 inches that it's called alligatored?
I'm gonna go back to the street. This, what you see over here looks like an alligator skin, right? So we say,
Okay.
Yeah, the street is alligated out. That is an indication of failure of the substructure.
Okay.
Yes,
And my only question would be, besides clarifying that that's an actual construction term, how come that wasn't noticed in the estimate originally?
that is a very good question. This is a 2015 project. So this was identified back in 2014. At that time, the street had not deteriorated to this extent. And moreover, the criteria that is used, our pavement management system that we use indicated that the pavement condition index that we use was 79, which is way above what we'll consider streets to be rehabbed. So the street had deteriorated since then. And then upon visual inspection, we realized that mill and inlay wasn't going to work this time. So we had to do it right.
Okay, thank you. I can't hear you, Brenda.
My apologies. We have a question from Councilmember Scanlon.
Councilmember Scanlon.
I heard in the discussion that the curb had failed. Am I correct in assuming that we're repairing the curb as long as we're laying new asphalt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one other question, and it's more one of curiosity. I think it's really cool that we've saved a lot of money, particularly the 17 or 719K on earlier projects. We're going to spend some of that with still about 500K left. I assume that's available to apply for overages on other projects as well. Is that correct? Maybe that's a question more for Mr. O'Leary.
That's a great question, Councilmember. Yes, the answer would be yes. The reality is that this program, the CIP program and the bond program are both coming in under budget. So what we try to do is build that surplus up, and then we'll bring back to you all a program of additional streets to do that with the program.
How long is that money available?
The bond program money would end in FY21, and we're just now assembling that last year's program. And right now the projection, in fact, you'll see it on your agenda tonight later with Mr. Francisco's item, I think it's item 19. We're already starting to transfer some of that surplus to other street projects.
I had seen that, but wanted to put it in context. Thank you.
But you're welcome.
We have a question from Councilmember Wilson.
I think Councilmember Scanlon asked my question. That was the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions right now, Mayor.
Okay, well, this may be a rather, oh, Councilmember Patron.
I got it. We're having a mute war here. That last slide that showed the dirt roads, what happened after the rain here recently? Are all those people reasons, but are they unable to leave right now?
No, we provided them with a good driving surface on that.
Okay.
So that, and then we proceeded to do some of the driveways so that they can get in and out of their homes.
Okay, that kind of gave me a little bit of a heart attack seeing that.
I
Thank
would
you.
say, thank you, Catherine. I would say that they are ready for us to be done.
Oh, I'm sure.
They have been waiting a while before we get on this agenda. So that's really why we're here tonight. If we can get authorization, then the contractor is ready to proceed on the final asphalt pavement portion.
Okay, and Mr. O'Leary, just to follow up on what Councilmember Scanlon had said, he said there was 500,000 that's left in that account from savings from prior projects. And
That's
other than
correct.
this project, we don't have any more that are in the queue for this particular bond, correct? Okay,
We do not, and in fact, our projection for the 2016 bond program is that you're going to have a surplus of about 2.5 million. You'll see part of that later tonight on your agenda as a transfer to another project or another program, but we're coming in well under that $25 million program.
okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Looks like we have another question from Councilmember Scanlon.
It's more a comment, and the comment is prompted by Councilmember Patron's concern about the dirt road. I just want to offer kudos to Mr. O'Leary and his staff. I had constituent concerns about the construction project on 24th at Franklin. And I don't know if Sean went out and got the shovel himself, but the complaint was fixed within a matter of hours. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you for that and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Very welcome.
Not seeing any other comments, Mayor.
Okay, well, that was a relatively brief council conference. We will, I believe, Brenda, stay on this meeting and then just everyone come back at 6:30 for our council meeting.
Correct. So you have an opportunity for a little break.
All right, so go ahead and turn your cameras off and mute yourselves, and we will see you at 6:30.
We can actually pause the recording here. There we go.
Where do I change my thing?
Recorded or broadcast. So it's also you'll want to mute your mic for that.
Hey, Brenda.
Did someone call my name?
That was me. I was just like, I can't start my video back up.
I got you.
I think we're gonna bleed over from Lisa.
You have to shut that door. You want me to resume recording?
Yeah, let me see. There we go. Yeah, and we are still live, so just want to turn on the mic, I guess. Oh, here.
Oh.
Are we ready? Looks like everyone's back. You ready, Brenda? Okay. Good
Yes.
evening and welcome to this. Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of May 12th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye. Here. We're not voting. I'm here.
Councilmember Carter,
Here.
Councilmember Patron,
Present.
Lay down.
Councilmember Hall,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Here.
Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Scott,
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
to the
of
flag
the
of
United States of America,
America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
That's never gonna be.
That was the
I
best
will-
yet.
I will not miss that when these Zoom meetings end. Item 3, approval of the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of April 28th, 2020. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter. Let me find him.
Come on, Bobby.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes,
The minutes are approved unanimously.
thank you. Item 4, I have the honor to recognize the 2019-2020 Norman Youth Council. I need a motion to recognize the 2019-2020 Norman Youth Council.
So moved.
So moved.
The motion on the floor is to recognize the 2019-2020 Norman Youth Council. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, council members, I'm going to allow you to please unmute yourself when I call the roll. It's hard for me to find you in the queue, and then you can just turn your mic on and off. Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The item is passed unanimously.
The 2019-2020 Norman Youth Council members to be recognized are Lindsay Bellino, Reese Carmen, Murphy Chesley, Reese Gibbons, Reagan Harris, Jenna Johnson, Rashika Khanna, Ellie Nelson, Addie Shelton, Ash Simpson, Brock Singleton, Grace Teicher, Easton Voto, Benjamin Wicker, and Sydney Woodfork. We appreciate their participation in this program and hope they enjoy learning about their local government. When we are back in City Hall and can do so safely, I would love to invite them back for a group photo, and I believe we give them certificates unless those have already been mailed. I know I'm surely not the only one on the council who enjoys seeing these young people in person and hoping they're getting a little more familiar and excited about local government. Item 5, Proclamation 1920-41, declaring May 11th through 17th, 2020 as National Salvation Army Week in the city of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is, or excuse me, the proclamation is passed unanimously.
A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming the week of May 11 through 17, 2020 as National Salvation Army Week in the city of Norman. Whereas the Salvation Army's only business in the city of Norman, as everywhere, is still human business, undertaken with joy for the family of humankind to the greater glory of God. And whereas through sound, innovative, and professional services, the Salvation Army has served the people of Norman with unshakable faith in all, no matter how desperate the situation, and views all people as people with possibilities. And whereas the Salvation Army of Cleveland County acts on behalf of all the residents of our community with no prerequisite for salvation or any other condition, never expecting any thanks, but always welcoming community support. And now, therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim the week of May 11 through 17, 2020 as National Salvation Army Week in the city of Norman, and urge all citizens to join me in saluting the steadfast men and women who bind the brokenhearted and renew the heart of the community by their quiet service of compassion. Item 16, Proclamation 1920-42, proclaiming Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 as Malcolm X Day in the city of Norman. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So moved. Second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The proclamation is approved unanimously.
A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 as Malcolm X Day in the city of Norman. Whereas Malcolm X was born on May 19th, 1925 in Omaha, Nebraska. And whereas Malcolm X came from a background of poverty, crime, and drug use, and while serving a prison sentence, he was introduced to the study of philosophy and Islam, I believe. And whereas through his study of history and philosophy, he began advocating for economic and political independence, self-reliance, and self-defense. And whereas following a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1964, he was inspired to advocate for overcoming America's racial challenges by focusing on shared values and common beliefs instead of on each other's differences. And whereas through his dedication to continuing his education, Malcolm X became one of America's most dynamic African-American leaders of the 1960s. And whereas Malcolm X was assassinated for his beliefs in New York City in 1965, but remains a symbol of strength for his unrelenting commitment to justice, equality, and freedom. Now, therefore, I, Mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 as Malcolm X Day in the city of Norman, and invite all citizens to join me in celebrating the diversity, character, and strength of our community. Item 7, Resolution 1920-111, commending and extending appreciation to Mark Howry, biologist for the Oklahoma State Department of Wildlife Conservation, for being honored by the Oklahoma Biological Survey with their announcement of a newly recognized dragonfly subspecies, the Howry's clubtail. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously.
A resolution of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, commending and extending appreciation to Mark Howry, biologist for the Oklahoma State Department of Wildlife Conservation, for being honored by the Oklahoma Biological Survey with the announcement of a newly recognized dragonfly subspecies, the Howry's clubtail. Whereas Mark Howry has worked as a wildlife biologist for the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation for 28 years, focusing on our state's rare, declining, and endangered species, along with common species that are not hunted or fished. And whereas he, along with his colleague, Michael A. Patton, received a grant in 2013 to conduct a 3-year survey to determine the status, distribution, and ecology of 3 springtime emerging dragonflies considered to be of greatest conservation need, including the Ozark clubtail. And whereas he was recently honored by the Oklahoma Biological Survey staff by the naming of the newly recognized dragonfly subspecies as the Howry's clubtail for his decades of dedication and contributions to conservation of non-game wildlife in the state of Oklahoma. And whereas Mark is also a citizen volunteer for the city of Norman and has served as chair of the Norman Animal Welfare Committee since 2005, and we appreciate his service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, that the mayor and city council congratulate Mark Howry for publication of his new book, jointly written with Brenda Smith, entitled Dragonflies at a Biogeographical Crossroads, the Odonata of Oklahoma and Complexities Beyond Its Borders, and commend and extend appreciation to Mark Howry for his contributions to conservation. Item 8, the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the city council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 9 through 25 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Do I have a second? The motion on the floor is to place items 9 through 25 on the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone.
I have a question, Brenda.
Okay,
So the through 25 is through Ruby Grant, but not multi-sport and softball, football. Am I?
no, actually, that's probably a mistake. It should go through 21. I'm sorry. Good catch.
Good, because I was like, wait a minute, I don't want all these.
Or no,
on-
through 20.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
it should be items 9 through 20.
All right. Then do you need to back up and recall the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
My apologies for that confusion. Item 9, easement 1920-24, acceptance of a public water line easement from the Board of Regents of the University of Oklahoma for the Robinson Water Line Replacement Phase 3 project located between 24th Avenue Northwest and Flood Avenue. Item 10, final site development plan and final plat for Artisan Crossing Addition, a planned unit development and acceptance of public dedications contained therein, north side of Tecumseh Road, 1/4 mile west of 12th Avenue Northwest. Item 11, consent to encroachment for lot 11, block 1, Brookhaven number 25 addition, more specifically 3701 Hidden Hill Road. Item 12, consideration of the return of cash surety for deferred construction for paving improvements in connection with Canaan Acres addition. Item 13, amendment to the program of public improvements and deferral of paving improvements for Franklin Road in connection with Carrington Place addition, section 14. Item 14, acceptance of donations in the amount of $5,000 from Flint Co Foundation to be used to purchase a Clorox Total 360 system electrostatic sprayer to be used to sanitize and disinfect all city and Norman facilities. Item 15, amendment number 1 to contract 1819-6 with Allen Plummer Associates Incorporated, increasing the contract by $10,000 for a revised contract amount of $290,000 to provide design, bidding, and construction administrative services for the Robinson Waterline Replacement Phase 3 project located between 24th Avenue Northwest and Flood Avenue. Item 16, change order number 1 to contract 1819-113 with Silver Star Construction Company Incorporated, increasing the contract by $206,335.28 for a revised contract amount of $1,515,485.28 for the Urban Asphalt Pavement Repair Capital Improvement Project number 1, 2015, 2016, and 2019, and budget transfer between project accounts. Item 17, submission of the Certified Local Governments Program 2020-2021 application for funding in the amount of $19,459 to be submitted to the Oklahoma State Historic Preservation Office. Item 18, acceptance of a grant in the amount of $69,301 from the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance through the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program to be used by the Police Department to purchase personal protective equipment, decontamination equipment, COVID-19 testing, distance learning for police officers, approval of contract 1920-79, and budget appropriation from the Special Grants Fund. Item 19, Resolution 1920-109, closing out capital projects, transferring $1,324,805 from completed capital projects and $867,798 from active capital projects to the Transit Fire Maintenance Facility project, and $1,440,699 from completed capital projects in the 2016 Street Maintenance Bond Program to fund projects in the 2012 Transportation Stormwater Bond Program. Item 20, Resolution 1920-112, supporting the Memorandum of Understanding between the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, Central Oklahoma Transportation and Parking Authority, and the Oklahoma Department of Transportation to carry out the comprehensive, cooperative, and continuing planning process for the Oklahoma City Area Regional Transit Study Area. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket?
It looks like Councilmember Bierman has a question.
Okay, Councilmember Bierman.
I do. Can someone remind me, probably Anthony, for the closeout projects, item number 19. I know we talked about this. When were those projects completed? I know there are probably a number of them, so if you could just kind of give me a range, so that I remember us talking about this, but I can't pull it out of my head.
Yeah, they were closed out within the range of 1 year to 3 years ago when the projects were actually completed, some of which council did final acceptance, most of which had not. So that's just coming forward to close out those projects.
And why would we not have done final acceptance of some of these that maybe are 3 years old?
Just because the project manager didn't forward the agenda item to council. He might have been waiting for some final bills to come in, that sort of thing.
Okay. Wow, 3 years seems like a long time to wait for final bills to come in, but I understand how that can happen.
Are
It
there
looks
any
like
other comments?
Councilmember Wilson.
Councilmember Wilson.
I'm trying to unmute you. Go ahead and try to unmute yourself, Councilmember
There we
Wilson.
go. How's that? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, mine's a kind of a curiosity. The item 15, the sanitizer electrostatic sprayer and donation, is that one unit, $5,000?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They are very expensive. We were looking at purchasing one earlier, and I kind of waited. I mean, this was prior to the pandemic. I was waiting because of the cost, and now they're very difficult to get. But yes, that is the cost of one.
Okay, thank you. Just curious.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council regarding the consent docket?
One more, Councilmember Patron.
Councilmember Patron.
Just following up on Councilmember Bierman's question, Mr. Francisco, do you know when the audit will be complete on those accounts so that we can see what's left in all of these various stragglers?
That is the audit, council member, with the exception of the projects where there are notes toward the end of the attachment. That would be the full amount that is left in the project. So this would constitute the audit that you requested.
Okay, so does it include we have another agenda item coming, or that we spoke about in council conference for like bond projects, things like that. Does it include those accounts as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's the $1,440,697 that is being transferred from some of those closed out street resurfacing projects to the 36th Avenue Northwest project in the 2012 GO bond program.
Yeah, I knew that particular one was. I was just trying to understand if it's an audit from all sources.
Yes, ma'am. Those
bonds.
of the street maintenance bond programs projects that had been closed out, all of those projects, and there's 15 or so of them, the remaining funds are being transferred to that 2012 project.
Okay, well, maybe the magic language here then is that have been closed out. So I guess what I'm trying to follow up on Councilmember Bierman's, what she was speaking to, that seems 3 years is kind of a long time to be keeping a account open when the project is no longer had any activity for 3 years. So I'm wondering if there are other accounts that maybe they aren't considered quote unquote closed out, but still have money in them with no activity for more than 12 months.
We did as exhaustive of a search as we could, projects that had been dormant, for lack of a better term, for more than a year, kind of scraped the bottom of the barrel. But yes, there will still be some projects with funds that are remaining allocated to them that would have had no activity for less than a year. And it will get beyond a year within the next few months, 6 months. And we may do another scraping of the barrel at that point.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Yes.
Being in the money predicament that we are and trying to look under every rock that we can find, would you be amenable to keeping council up, keeping that kind of a rolling up to date of what the balances are on those dormant projects?
You bet. I'll actually, I'm making a note on my calendar as we speak to make that a recurring communication with the council.
I appreciate that, Mr. Weil. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony and Mr. Francisco.
Seeing no other comments, Mayor.
All right. Seeing no other comments, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The consent docket is approved unanimously.
Item 21, public hearing regarding amendment number 2 to the FYE 20 fifth year action plan for the 45th year community development block grant program adding $535,688 awarded to the city of Norman through the CARES Act to be submitted to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'll entertain a motion to conduct a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to conduct a public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The opening of the public hearing passes unanimously.
I'd like to recognize Lisa Craig, our grants manager, to make a presentation.
I need to clarify something. You called for item number 22, which is the 535,000. There is actually another public hearing for item 21. Do you want me to do 22 first and then go back and do 21?
Yes, please. That way we won't have to redo the motion. My apologies, I didn't catch that.
That's fine. Give me just a second here. Okay, Bryce, I might need a little help in here.
You've got it shared, Lisa.
We see you.
Oh, you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Click that full screen. There you go.
Okay, all right, here we go. Item 22 is a public hearing to accept the funding that the city of Norman was allocated as part of the CARES Act that Congress passed back in March. Formula allocation based upon our CDBG formula, $535,688. What we have done is that we have met with various entities, lots of meetings with HUD. The way the bill came down was we were required to utilize these funds to directly assist households that have been affected by the crisis. There will be additional funding coming down that may have a few little tweaks as it gets released, but this one was directly tied to the crisis. Okay, give me just a second here. And it won't advance now. There we go. All right, with the implementation of the CARES Act, Congress actually allowed us to reduce our public participation citizen comment period down to 5 days from 30 days. Their plan was to be able to get this money out on the street really fast. While the 5 days is a lot faster than the 30 days, there are still quite a few regulatory hoops we're having to jump through. And the other presentation you'll see, we'll talk about our public services. One of the guidelines that we're required to comply with CDBG is we can only use 15% of our fund for public services. That was waived for the CARES Act. And so almost 100% of these funds are actually going for public services. We had several meetings with United Way, other nonprofit providers to see really what their needs were. And as I go through, I'll explain what all we came up with for that. Our proposed budget is we're going to take $25,000 for administration to help underwrite the costs that the city will have to actually administer the grant, the application, the closeout, the audit, all of that. And in discussing with the different providers through Michelle Evans and the Continuum of Care, you know, we were giving council updates as to what the nonprofits were continuing to do to help meet the needs of the people that were affected. One of the things was there were 5 agencies that, as part of their usual operations, provide meals to vulnerable citizens within Norman. And because they had to completely retool how they do that, they had substantial increases in cost. So there was Food and Shelter, Salvation Army, Aging Services, Thunderbird Clubhouse, and Meals on Wheels. Some of them relied on volunteers, some of them relied on donations, some of them cooked their own meals and then were able to serve in a congregate setting. All of that had to be redone. Most of them are having to purchase prepackaged meals. And so the proposal is to provide each of these with $5,000 each to help offset those costs that they incurred. Each of these agencies actually increased their distribution of meals during this time as more and more households became, they were aware of people that were really struggling with being able to provide appropriate food for their families. As part of the homeless initiative that we have going, you know, it was a big push to shelter in place. And when you're dealing with a very large homeless population, there is no place to shelter. You know, some people were in hotels, most of them bunkered down within, you know, the encampments. And, you know, I'm pleased to report that the last month, because of the efforts of the agencies, we were able to house more than we ever have. And so with each housing placement, we provide a bed and startup costs for just basic household items. It runs between $400 and $500 per house, depending on what we can get donated as far as pots and pans and things like that. We're adamant that we provide a new bed, new bedding, towels, things like that. Some of the furniture and things like that obviously come from donations. So from this, we're going to provide a funding of $50,000. We have in the past kind of just patched this together with various small fundraising, grant writing things that we have done to provide this for each person that gets housed. So this is really going to be able to help us staff-wise to be able to focus on just the housing and not trying to find the funds to provide for the things that go along with housing. The bulk of the money will be spent on a written utility assistance program that we're in the process of developing. I'll go into the details of that a little bit more. The last council meeting or the council meeting before, I can't really remember which one, we did an amendment to our FY19 funds to reprogram $75,000 that will be blended in with the program also. We had hoped to kick it off by about June 1st, but then again, working through the regulatory requirements of HUD, we're thinking it's probably going to be more about the middle of the month. Once we get the green light to go ahead, we'll be working and do a press release and make sure that all the information is out on the website. And to assist us with this, we're going to be able to increase our staff. We're going to hire a homeless programs technician. We have been hoping to increase the support, you know, for Michelle and all that she does. This is going to allow us with these funds to be able to fund that position on the premise that in FYE 22, over a year from now, this will go into a general fund position. You know, timeline, public comment ends May 6th. May 7th, the application, I'm sorry, I have got the wrong date on here. I'm off for a week. Public comment ends tomorrow. And then on Thursday, it'll be forwarded to HUD for approval. We're going to finish policy procedures by June 1st. June 15th is when we estimate the distribution of funds. And like I said, we'll do a press release and get the information on the website. We hope to be able to do the majority of this electronically. Okay, the actual written utility assistance program, it'll be targeted to households that are 80% and below median family income, and I'll show you what those guidelines are. And unlike regular rent and utility assistance programs that already exist in our community, this is targeted to households that have a reduction of income or a lapse of employment that can be attributed to the COVID-19 crisis. We're just going to, once they provide us the documentation and a copy of their lease, information on the utility bills, we're going to pay 2 months rent just flat out to the landlord and provide $400 towards utilities. $50 to the city of Norman, $100 to the electric, and then $50 to the gas. If they're in an apartment and don't pay anything but electric, they'll get the benefit of the full $400 to their electric. All the payments are made directly to the landlord and or the utility companies. Here's the income limits, 80%, one person, 41,350, up to 4 people, 59,50. We have it going all the way up to 12 persons in a household, so we can actually look that up if we need to. Do you guys have any questions?
Looks like we have a couple of questions from Councilmember Bierman. We'll start with her.
Lisa, I had a question. I kind of reviewing through the 5 agencies that you listed here. And one of the things that I've experienced the most over the last 6 to 8 weeks is there's a pretty significant gap in our agency coverage, particularly when it comes to the disability community. And their access to particularly food.
Right.
And so my question is, are any of these agencies prepared or able with this additional funding to fill that gap so it's not solely covered by a volunteer organization that that we just kind of whipped together over the last few weeks? You know, this is something that's been expressed multiple times to me, and you know, if not one of these agencies, I know we have several really well-established agencies that serve the disability community. And so, you know, if none of these 5 are able to kind of fill that gap, what possibility is there for funding for some of these other agencies?
Yeah, certainly Meals on Wheels and Aging Services both provide lots of meals to the disability community. And obviously Thunderbird Clubhouse, their clientele is persons with a severe mental illness. And, you know, there's not really a particular agency that provides meals as part of their program that primarily only serves a physically disabled community. You know, with Aging Services, they serve the Advantage program, which are persons with nursing home level of care. And the reason that working with United Way in the continuum of care and looking at this, we picked these 5 agencies because they provide these meals as part of their regular mission, and serve a wide variety of you know, clients. There are other agencies that provide meals, such as Among Friends, but they actually purchase their meals from Meals on Wheels. So that was kind of the criteria of the agencies that actually produce the meals as part of their program.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if there's any way that you know, Meals on Wheels or Aging Services could expand their reach a little bit more with this additional funding to better cover the disability community, I think that would be helpful for a lot of these individuals. It's not so much that they are not their personal care assistants are off, you know, they're not getting the assistance that they need right now because of a variety of factors, and so it makes it really difficult for them to get the appropriate food that they need as well. And so, you know, I know that no one organization can do everything, but you know, whatever way we can do to expand their reach into these communities, you know, this is not going to be the last time I think we're going to need this.
It's my understanding that neither Meals on Wheels or Aging Services right now are capped on their meals. They've simply had to change how they're doing it that has caused the increased cost.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council before we go to public comment? Okay. Seeing none, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
Mayor, my apologies. I had my mic muted. Councilmember Wilson did have her hand up.
Okay, we'll hold off on public comment for a minute longer. Councilmember Wilson.
I was trying to do all the hand signals. We're doing a great job though in the circumstances, y'all. I just Lisa had a question, and maybe I don't know. Is this the rent assistance, the $376,000? Is the city of Norman administering that directly to individuals?
Yes, we are. Yes, because of CDBG funds, there are some very unique little twists and turns as far as qualifying people, and primarily duplication of benefit. In that if we were to decide to use Salvation Army, Food and Shelter, the various entities that normally distribute these funds, it would almost be a logistical nightmare to make sure that the same person did not get assisted. And so we decided, because the city is ultimately liable for these funds, about 2 years from now, we'll probably have a full-blown audit from HUD on this, that we just felt it was the city's best interest for us to just go ahead and administer them in-house.
And so that's if they've gotten funds from other organizations, they can't get these funds as well?
Not necessarily. It's just that we have to make sure that the same person does not receive rent from these funds more than once.
Oh, I see.
So you can receive rent from other funds,
I
but
got you.
you have to make sure that the CDBG funds is a one and done kind of thing.
Okay, and then how do we how will our constituents find the application? Is it on the website?
Once we get it going, we'll do a press release. We'll put it on KGOU, announce it every way we can, United Way through their network. And the application will be on the website. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any other questions from council regarding this item?
I'm not seeing any, Mayor.
Okay, this is an opportunity once again for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
It looks like we have one comment that Annalise Meyer will read into the record. Just one moment.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right, we have one public comment. Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4, says, "Thank you, Lisa Craig, for the hard work and looking out for the most vulnerable folks in our community."
You're welcome.
Are there any other public comment?
I'm not seeing anything coming through email, and we have no others on the social media stream on this topic.
Okay, I will ask, are there any further questions or comments from council regarding this item?
Looks like Councilmember Patron has a comment.
Okay, Councilmember Patron.
Lisa and Michelle, I know Michelle's not here right now, but I just want to express my great thanks for your endless hard work taking care of our homeless. And I'm excited about having a tech to get a new employee that is so badly needed. And I know that it will be just a huge addition to the small department that we have that pours their heart out every single day. So just that's all I really have to say. I just wanted to express my thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other questions or comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Carter.
I just find this to be really exciting news in terms of the rent and utility assistance, because it was one component of what I had envisioned in a possible economic stimulus type bond proposal, where you would actually help people that are really experiencing tough times. So I see this as maybe something that replaces that, and I'm quite excited. I wonder, do we have a feel for if this dollar amount satisfies the need? How did we determine this gross dollar figure? you know, and you divide that by X number of households, you know, how quickly will this money be exhausted? Anybody know?
I honestly think this money is going to go very, very fast. If you
Doesn't sound like a lot of money.
if you look at, you know, we're anticipating the average assistance per household is about $2,000, 2 months worth of rent, about $800 a month, and you know, $400 for utilities. All total, we're probably going to have about $500,000 available. So that's really only going to help about 250 families. And we know that, you know, we don't know how many have been directly affected by this. We know that there are, you know, households in Norman, about 9,000 of them that are actually rent burdened, but we don't know how many have been directly affected by the crisis, by a reduction in income or loss of employment or lapse of employment. We realize that it's taken us a while to get it out, and it could be that someone wasn't able to work for 6 or 7 weeks, but are now back at work. So we want to make sure that we capture those households also.
Yeah. Well, 9,000, if we do hit the 20% unemployment, you got to think that 20% of 9,000,
sure,
that's 1,800 households that could be impacted. So it'll be interesting. I know, you know, this wave will go quickly, but if we did have part of our GO bond to help people when that money becomes available, which will be late fall, you know, kind of before Christmas, might be a good time where it serves two purposes. It would, you know, relieve the pain and hardship on families and also provide them with, you know, income possibly at the time of year that they need it to, and they can spend it in our local economy, and then that money can be amplified and multiplied. So thank you for your hard work.
Well, thank you. This is really just the first wave of the funds that are coming from HUD. There's 3 waves of the CDBG CV, and then there's emergency solutions grants and the FSP. So hopefully once we get this infrastructure set up, it'll be able to get out on the street much quicker. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear, you know, to me, it sounds like a target number of families that need to be helped. It's probably going to be around 1,800 just using our households. So, you know, knocking out the first 250 will be nice, but there's a lot of need out there. Right. So I'm glad there's going to be more waves, and there's a lot on our plate, and I sure appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
And we have Councilmember Hall now.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall.
Ms. Craig, I just wanted to follow up on something that you just said about anticipating increased funding down the road. So do you think that funding is going to also provide additional dollars for the rent and utility assistance piece of this?
I would hope. We got notification today that the CDBG CV is what they're calling it. This was the first wave. It was $2 billion. There was another $1 billion wave that was released today directly to the states that we will have an opportunity to compete for. And then there's another $2 billion wave that has yet to be released. And so it all comes under the same regulatory guidance as far as directed towards households that have been affected by the crisis. And then on Thursday, there is a webinar with the state again for the Emergency Solutions Grant for the supplemental funding that they have received for that. So, and all of these are really targeted towards direct assistance to households. There's some other things that you can do, but at this point, you know, given the limitations of what we're looking at, that's the direction we've gone.
Mm-hmm. So. Okay, thank you. I'm really encouraged also about our ability to be able to respond to these households that need this kind of help in this way. And I also just want to express my thanks for all of the hard work that you do and all of the communication that's involved with all of our partners in Norman to make something like this work, and just your tireless efforts on behalf of this community. So thank you so much for everything that you've put into this.
Well, thank you. I mean, we couldn't do it without the great staff and the support that we have here. So.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments from council regarding this item? Okay.
I'm not seeing any
Seeing
more.
no-
I'm not seeing any,
Okay,
Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The public hearing is closed unanimously.
I will now entertain a motion to approve or reject the 5-year consolidated plan 2020 to 2024 and 1-year action plan for the 46th year of the CDBG program and the 2020 FYE 21 Home Investment Partnership Program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve the 5-year consolidated plan 2020 to 2024 and 1-year action plan for the 46th year of the CDBG program and the 2020 FYE 21 Home Investment Partnership Program. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So now I believe we're on what you see as item 21, correct?
Yes.
All right. Item 21 is public hearing for consideration of the 5-year consolidated plan 2020 to 2024 and 1-year action plan for the 46th year of the Community Development Block Grant Program and the fiscal year 2020-2021 FYE 21 Home Investment Partnership Program, totaling $1,323,190 to be submitted to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'll entertain a motion to conduct a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to conduct a public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion vote was unanimous and the public hearing is now open.
I will once again recognize Lisa Craig, our grants manager, to make a presentation.
Okay, I'm a little off my game. I plan to do this one first. You know, in the previous item, I talked about that it was CDBG funds that came into the CARES Act. One of the reasons that the government uses the CDBG funds is that it is firmly codified within the federal regulations. And it is a very, very flexible program. It's a very rigid program as far as the rules go. And so each entitlement community, we are required to do a consolidated plan every 5 years. What we do is this started last July. We worked real hard to identify community needs, and we use this research to try to set funding priorities for these funds that the CDBG and Home Program provides to the city of Norman each year. The contents of the plan, I'm sure each of you read this lovely 200-page document here and tried to stay awake through the whole thing. The contents, it outlines the process that we use to do the plan, summary of the citizen participation process. Each community has to have an approved citizen participation plan that outlines the steps we go to make sure that we are reaching out to the community to get their input as we develop these plans. We conducted a needs analysis for housing, special needs populations, non-housing community development needs, infrastructure, public services and facilities, as well as economic development. The goals that we have are very similar to the same goals that we had 5 years ago. We're not done yet. That is to maintain an adequate supply of permanent, quality, affordable housing, assist special needs populations with social services and their housing needs, reduce homelessness, and continue revitalization of the commercial and residential areas in the low-income neighborhoods. As stated previously, the CDBG funds, $910,000 and change, go to create and enhance decent housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities. The Home Investment Partnership is a federal program, helps us to create affordable housing for low and moderate income households. This was our citizen participation plan. The process that we went through this year, you can see it started back on July 1st. We started lots of consultations with different groups. You'll see down when Michelle and I actually went through and counted the different meetings, the different emails, the reaching out to the different groups. From July 1st to May 1st, we reached out to 234 times, served on numerous task force, met with the ad hoc committee, the policy committee, had several public hearings, neighborhood meetings within the CDBG neighborhoods. And so this shows the milestones that we hit along those times. We had 2 general meetings, the public hearing back in December, neighborhood meeting, and then 6 policy committee meetings, and then tonight, city council action. Okay, again, low mod income limits, same income limits as in the previous slideshow. The median income for Norman is $53,700, so 80% of that equals $41,350. The programs that we do, the housing programs are a direct benefit program. The tenant-based rental assistance is direct benefit. So we use these income limits. The area benefit, the community development projects, is based upon the number of low and moderate income households within a certain census tract block group. So here we go. The annual action plan, which is the year 1 plan. Next year, we'll be coming to you with just the year 2 plan. Within the consolidated plan, the year 1 plan summarizes our annual objectives. Again, the citizen participation plan, how we propose to demonstrate the accomplishments for each activity, how we're going to distribute the funds, and then the required HUD certifications. This year's CDBG budget, $156,000 admin and planning, $290,621 for housing rehab. We have about $300,000 of carryover funds that we'll be utilizing in addition to that $290,000. $129,000 in public services, and then $335 neighborhood projects and acquisition. Here's the target area that we talked about. Previously, we had not included the areas just to the west of Andrews Park, west of Flood, north of Maine. In analyzing the neighborhood areas this year, we decided to go ahead and include those back in. There are some neighborhood organization type things that we want to work on with them, and a few small infrastructure projects. And so this is 11 different block groups, and 73% of the households in this area are low and moderate income households. Housing rehab, like I said, we have about $300,000 of prior year funds that will roll over. This occurs, you know, obviously this year we have not been going into homes and doing housing rehab. So we've had to slow down on the program in that area. Year to year, it fluctuates a little bit how much we end up rolling over. So we're going to be concentrating within the target area on an owner-occupied exterior property maintenance program that will address exterior property maintenance within this area. And we're going to be working block by block and then working with the code compliance staff on specific areas, properties that they are having issues with. Our owner-occupied emergency repair program operated citywide. Someone's 80% low median income, their water heater goes out, we can go in and replace that water heater, replace the roof, look at the heat and air system, very specific targeted repairs. And then again, our accessibility modification program is for both owner and renters, again, up to 80% median family income. Public services, homeless services coordinator. This was funded for a staff and an intern position when we went through our process. Obviously now we're going to be getting another person. So we'll probably look at moving some of that intern money into the rent and utility assistance program. We funded that at $40,000 and then $5,000 for housing startup kits. You know, when I showed you the timeline, this budget was pretty much wrapped up about the 1st of April, middle of March, and then the crisis hit, and HUD gave us guidance to go ahead and hold off taking this forward until we saw what Congress was going to do. But we kept it the way it was so we would not need to go back to the committee and completely start over with development of the budget. And so we have a little bit of flexibility on how we can move money around within it once there is an activity that has been established. So, and then the neighborhood projects and acquisition. This will be the 3rd year we've done the tree planting project. The first year we worked up in Old Silk Stocking and First Courthouse neighborhood. This last year we worked in Original Townside. Tim Vermillion, the forester, goes around and locates areas where there is a gap in the street tree canopy. And we work through an RFP with local nurseries to go out and plant trees in those areas. It's been a great project. And so we're going to do year 3, probably working a little bit more in Original Townside, and then working probably in the Miller neighborhood a little bit this year. Another project is the kitchen that is for the senior nutrition program that is located in the senior citizen building. Once the new senior citizens center is built, it will not have a production kitchen. It will have a catering kitchen. And this, the needs that they have are replacing the floor, painting, and doing some ceiling work. They've been dinged by the health department a couple times. And so most of you probably do not know this, but the construction of the kitchen at that facility was actually done by the CDBG program in the early 80s. And then we did a major remodeling of it in the early 90s. And so it's kind of been our baby. And so we're kind of proud to be able to continue that tradition of supporting that activity over there. The funds that are going to be used for that will be used to leverage, hopefully, an AARP grant to further the funds for additional activities over there. And then we have $25,000 in to provide rehabilitation or acquisition of property for a nonprofit that will be done by an RFP process. We have done this in past years and found it to be a very successful endeavor that we have done. And then $100,000 for acquisition of property for the Norman Affordable Housing Corporation. This is a partnership that's been going on for 10 or 12 years. We help subsidize the cost of acquiring property that they then rent to households at an affordable rate. All the proceeds of this goes back into purchasing more properties. And then the home program, administration, and then CHODO, the Community Housing Development Organization, we're required to provide a minimum of 15% of our funds to a CHODO. Our current CHODO is called Norman CHODO, very original, but they do partner with the Affordable Housing Corporation. And so we're really getting a lot of bang for our buck in these. We're getting ready to start bidding on 3 homes, 2 on Johnson, 1 on North Stewart, that are infill houses that will be constructed as affordable rental property. Each of them are 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, blend into the neighborhood very nicely. And so part of those funds will be that $290,683 set aside for the development of affordable housing. Each of these projects do come back to council for your approval. Once the project has been identified, we do a pro forma showing the cash flow of the property over the 20-year affordability period. And the council does sign off on the partnership between the city, the Affordable Housing Corporation, and the CHODO at the time of execution. and then $20,000 for tenant-based rental assistance. We use this in conjunction with our coordinated case management. That persons that are homeless, as they are ready to go into housing, we use the TBRA funds to pay the gap of time from when they go into housing till they receive their Section 8 rental assistance. Sometimes it's 2 months, sometimes it's 6 months, sometimes it's a year. It just depends on how fast that happens. But that allows us to get people into housing quite a bit faster. And then coupled with the startup kits is also very successful. So once this is approved, we ship it up to HUD by May 15th. They have a statutory 45-day review period, and our funds are available by July 1st. Any questions?
All right. Do we have any questions from council regarding this before we move into public comment?
We have Councilmember Hall.
All right, Councilmember Hall.
Okay, I have a couple of questions and just also some comments because this has been a program that we have been fortunate as a city to receive funding for many, many years. How many, Lisa?
This is the 46th year. It goes back to like 1977, 78, somewhere around there.
And if any of you were looking at the boundary area, you would notice right away that the entire boundary area is located in Ward 4. And I can go back to so many projects that have gotten the benefit of this program over this long, long period of time to continue to improve our neighborhoods in Ward 4. So I'm so grateful that this program exists and that we have the steady hand of city staff that has been in place for a long time to administer this program. So it's done a lot of good. I also had the privilege of serving on the CDBG policy committee for a short time. So I understand all the work that goes into this as we have this plan to approve tonight. And I can assure the community that there is a lot of thought and care that goes into this as we build this program. I also, the affordable housing piece is an interest of mine, and I know is important to so many of us to move that forward. And this is a program that definitely takes steps every single year, but I'd like you to remind us of how many affordable housing units we need in Norman.
Well, if you had read your document,
oh.
we have a shortage of about 9,000 affordable housing rental units. And that number came up with that any household that is paying more than 30% of their income towards rent is considered rent burdened. And so households that HUD does all these different, permutations and combinations, and they were able to come up using census data that we have a little over 9,000 burdened households within Norman.
Yeah. So the work continues. I think you have job security for as long as you would like it, because it's going to take a long time to get there. But the encouraging part is that we continue to work year in and year out to try to address this issue and take advantage of all of the funding that we can go after to address this. So this is just such an important program. I also have to give a shout out to our city forester, Tim Vermillion, in association with the tree planting program. It's in year 3. I know he's only been on our staff since October, but the word is out that our city forester is extremely responsive and is really committed and passionate about the urban canopy in Core Norman. And I just cannot be more appreciative of the work that he's done. And I know he worked closely with city staff to identify places, but this is another really important program for our core neighborhoods that we have a lot of beautiful old trees. Some of them are not as in good a shape as others. And it's a constant process to be able to rebuild and replant our tree canopy when needed. And he has developed a plan. He has been extremely proactive at identifying places that could use a street tree. And the fact that we have these funds available to be able to do that, he has made such a huge difference in preservation of trees, analysis of trees, replanting of trees in the short time that he's been here. And I'm just so grateful that he has some funds to work with, but he's made a tremendous difference, and this program is doing what it needs to do. Let's see, the other thing I was going to ask you, so on the on your proposed affordable housing units that you said were going to be infill projects,
Yes.
is it three different three different houses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 2 lots on Johnson Street that we purchased a year ago.
Okay.
That had properties torn down on them years ago. And then we purchased another one up on North Stewart.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
so it's 2 different plans of 3 different locations.
Okay,
So-
right. So we move forward. We still
Yeah.
have, 8,000 plus to go. So
Yes.
just keep plugging away. I think that's everything, other than once again, I just really appreciate all the work that's done on this. The community block grant program definitely, is a huge benefit in Ward 4. And I think we just see the difference in that in almost every street that you go down within the boundary area, the kinds of improvements we've been able to make over the years. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Yep.
are there any other comments?
Councilmember Wilson.
Hey, Lisa, I have a couple of questions, and I think I asked this one last year and I don't remember the answer. So how do we determine that boundary? Is it?
It's by census data. HUD does a special run of census data that determines the number of low and moderate income households within a block group. And to be considered an area benefit, they have to have 51% low mod. And so it's just, math. And so what happens
Dang that
is
math.
that, HUD does the math, and then the policy committee, we sat down at a meeting, very first meeting we had this year, and we pulled up the census data of our historic area, and got to looking at that and looking at the surrounding areas. And we really look at the infrastructure needs of those areas, because, the housing rehab is a direct benefit. And so we can do that anywhere within the city limits. The area benefit projects, sidewalks, alley reconstruction, tree planting, things like that. We look at a geographic area and qualify it. That being said, that does not mean that you have to only stay within your target area. Several years ago, we were doing the sidewalk shaving project, and it was brought to our attention by Public Works of issues that they were having out in the Colonial Estates neighborhood on some of the larger sidewalks. And so we were able to look at the data and go through the various HUD hoops and qualify that area for that particular project. A target area just means we're kind of pre-qualifying an area that we hope over the next 5 years to kind of concentrate our efforts in.
So my next question would be, I know that Ward 5 has been a recipient of some really large dollars, that are CDBG dollars. But I'm wondering how, I know there's some significant pockets in my ward that have some pretty significant infrastructure issues because of the way things were built kind of in the 70s with the private roads and what have you. I don't really know. I have some ideas of where some are, but there's some pretty significant poverty over in some of those areas. So how do I help identify those? or
Well-
don't need my help, I guess, probably
Right.
not, but
You know, interesting with the CDBG DR, the disaster recovery funds. When we were analyzing the data out there, we were having trouble getting to the 51%. And so that was why we had to go. Yeah, we had to
have
go in.
51%, like, how does that get figured out in that rural kind of area?
Well, the block groups are much larger.
Okay.
I think that the, you know, a census tract, and Joyce will probably correct me tomorrow, but I think a census tract block group, they're looking at about 1,000 households, 1,000 people. And so some of them out east are very, very large. You know, here in town, it may only be 3 or 4 blocks. But when we were analyzing the information for the CDBG DR, we were having trouble getting to that 51% in the areas that we needed to be working. And so we, at that time, did a manual survey because, well, it was $17 million that we were, you know, qualifying for. Certainly, we can take a look at the numbers again. You know, I do have to caution you that once you get into doing very large road projects and things like that, $900,000 just doesn't go very far.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, my wheels start turning because I really want to find ways to help, even if it's getting their, you know, HOA covenants back together and things like that. But we can go offline on that. I don't want to go too far in the weeds on there. I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm hammering that there is poverty out there and it's very spread out. We don't get pockets of it necessarily.
Yeah. We do a lot. We do a lot of housing rehab projects out there. You know, when James Heath, the rehab specialist, is having to go out and check a project out there, it's guaranteed on an afternoon by the time he drives out to the other side of the lake and inspects the property and visits with the homeowners and comes back. So
yeah,
so we do quite a few.
Well, and that was kind of how do people that need assistance in that way get on the radar? Is there an application or?
There's an application. We're on 211. All of the agencies have our information. When someone calls, you know, my water heater's out or my septic tank is collapsed, they make their way to us. Okay.
And then one more. So, and how does that actually get? I know that in the rural areas we have a lot less restrictions on maintenance of properties and that sort of thing. Like, there's not a lot we can do to force people to maintain some of their properties. And so does that get missed out there if there's things like roofs and stuff that need help?
You know, that's really a code compliance question. I know that the code.
I can go down that path
out there. It's really hard to see the property usually because you know they're back on the land or something like that. You know, I think they deal a lot with illegal dumping and things like that out there. Not as much with actual property maintenance kind of things, unless it's just abandoned. And there are neighbors that turn neighbors in. So
well, and we had one near my house when I lived on Highway 9 that was pretty rough. It's gone now because of the highway project, so we're done. But I have one more question that's kind of in the early 90s, did you guys ever do a closing cost assistance for?
We did several years ago through the home program. We did a down payment and closing cost assistance program. In 2013, HUD kind of revised some of the guidelines, which made that very difficult for us to do. Basically, we would have to become underwriters and determine that the house that was being built was appropriate, or being bought was appropriate for the household. You know, HUD writes these rules that cover the whole country. And whereas what works in New York doesn't really work in Norman, because everybody buys a 3-bedroom, 2-car garage house, even if it's a single person. And so we, at that time, we just elected to stop that program and put more money into the development of affordable housing.
Well, I just want to tell you that I, in 1992, was a recipient of some of those dollars and was able to buy my very first house as a single mom on Nebraska Street. And it's the reason I was able to put my child into a nice school district in a comfortable neighborhood. And so I just want to tell you, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. So,
All right,
Mayor,
are
we
there any
have-
other comments?
Councilmember Patron has her hand up.
Councilor Patron.
Hi, just a few quick questions that came to me. Do we know if Michelle is finished with the pit count?
not yet. We're still kind of tweaking the numbers. HUD gave us an extension till June 30th. Actually have that turned in because of the COVID crisis. And I think she's substantially complete. We're trying to get it to balance now.
Okay.
So,
And I know, pre-COVID, we had talked about potentially doing a mid-year around now, essentially, pit count again, and hopefully encouraging people to, fill out their census as well, or helping them. And so I wondered, if there was any way with social distancing, if there's.
Yeah, we have actually canceled that. It was to be Thursday. And, the agencies are working really hard, keeping track of who is where and obviously encouraging, completion of the census forms. But at this time, we really don't have plans to do a mid-year count because of the crisis.
Okay, completely understandable. I just thought I would check into it. And then the third quick question was, you made mention of this being the first kind of allotment or tranche of money that would come from CDBG, and that we would reasonably anticipate that there would be 2 more in the near future. Can you tell us kind of what the total is of what we can anticipate?
It depends on how they're dispersed. This one was done strictly by the existing formula allocation for CDBG. It was a $2 billion allotment. We got $535,000. The one that the state just announced that they received today was $1 billion for the whole state. The state got $10 million. The state is still trying to figure out how they are going to get that money out. I spoke with Steve Hoover this morning, and he said that they are still looking at the best ways that they have to be able to get the money, to all 4 corners of the state. The other appropriation that'll be coming will be another $2 billion. But it is not decided at that point whether it's going to be another formula allocation or whether it will just go to the state, and then the state will have a competition to disperse the funds. So they've dispersed $2 billion, and $3 billion more is coming.
Okay, so if it's done like it has been in the past, well, let me put it this way. In years past, does it typically come in one tranche when it's the non-COVID, obviously, money? Does it usually come in one payment, or is there multiple like this year?
Normally it's the entitlement funds is one payment that we receive notification once Congress has passed the appropriation bills. The formula is executed, and we receive an award letter stating that we are receiving $910,000 of CDBG, $435 of home. Then we tell them how we're going to spend the money. Okay. With the disaster recovery money, and now with the COVID money, it's more of, here's this pool of money, and the state and the communities have to determine how it's going to be dispersed. This case, we got an appropriation directly from the first batch of $535,000. My anticipation is that the next 2 releases, the $1 billion, and then the next $2 billion will go directly to the state, and then the state will go through an RFP process. Okay. For communities and counties to apply.
Okay. Thank you so much again.
Good.
That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments?
I'm not seeing any other council comments, Mayor.
All right, well then let's pivot.
Mr.
This is an
Carter.
opportunity for members.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Carter is waiting. Go ahead and unmute.
Councilmember Carter.
Okay, so Lisa, can you remind me what the previous 2 years' budget for street trees was?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
The previous 2 years' budget for street trees?
Each year we have done $50,000. And so this year we're proposing $50,000 again. This last year, we gave Tim the option if there was a tree that needed to be removed, that we would pay for removing the tree and plant another tree. And so I think 10 or 12 households that took advantage of that, but it was only after Tim identified the tree that needed to come down.
Well, I love the fact that this program targets trees to low and moderate income owner occupied houses. You know, there's more than one way to enhance and improve people's socioeconomic status, and that is to improve their equity. And so, you know, trees, most people will say that mature trees will add about 10% value to a home. So if you've got a $100,000 home with no trees and we add trees, that becomes $110,000 homes, which, you know, helps move people up the economic ladder. And so I'm going to put a little bit of a plug in for my upcoming amendment whenever we get to the budget to increase the budget for street trees in Norman, and seeing that you know, maybe there might be a possibility that we target, instead of just focusing that block of money, this block of money is focused on neighborhoods particularly. Maybe we can open that up to where it would be more citywide and focus on just low to moderate households across Norman. And kind of like what Council Member Wilson was saying, you know, to qualify for street tree planting, you know, you could be in Ward 5, but you're not in a neighborhood of a lot of people like that, but you live and you're owner occupied, and you could apply for some money to, you know, plant a street tree. And again, that would also be, you know, if we do economic stimulus, a beautification Norman, and this might be a way to target, you know, kill three birds with one stone, beautify Norman, increasing, you know, Council Member Bierman's done yeoman's work so far on some tree ordinance revisions. And one of the things that Tim Vermillion has suggested is, you know, a target of a 30% tree canopy in Norman. And so, you know, to target, you know, initially those homes that also, you know, don't have trees and their lot doesn't have 30% coverage, and they meet a moderate income criteria. You know, you're helping people that are of moderate and low income increase the value of their properties. You're helping the city beautify. You're helping the environment, mitigating stormwater, all of the advantages, urban wildlife, to trees. And in addition to that, you're stimulating local expenditure of dollars with these local nurseries, limiting these nurseries to, you know, Norman nurseries, and they were going to have to hire people to plant these trees. So it'll help drive up employment. I just think it's a wonderful program. I'm jealous of Council Member Lee Hall a little bit. So Ward 4 is getting a bunch of trees, but I think we can spread this out a little bit more with a little extra funding, and look forward to that discussion a little bit later.
Okay, I do need to clarify that the tree planting project that we're proposing, it's not necessarily owner occupied, because we are going for that area benefit that I talked about, is that area qualifies. And so whether it's owner occupied or renter, we're still going to plant a tree if there's one needed. So.
Gotcha. Well, maybe in our discussions later for trying to put some parameters if council does see to increase the tree budget, or if we do have a beautification component to an economic stimulus package, to say first pick is owner occupied. I understand what your program that explains it, and I agree with that, but I'm thinking of a broader net through the city. We're probably going to run through those resources fairly quickly. So enhancing real estate value of a landlord is not as big a priority to me as enhancing the value to an owner-occupied moderate to low-income person. The senior citizen on a fixed income that lives in their own home. That's the classic example around town. Or the young family that's just got into a starter home that's a fixer-upper. We can really do things to improve their economic status and improve the beauty of our city and mitigate stormwater and help urban canopy and produce shade and do all the good things that trees do. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mayor, I'm not seeing any other council comments. I believe we do have some public comment input, and Annalise is prepared to read those into the record.
Excellent. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Please go ahead and read the public comments.
It's from Robert Mark Campbell, Ward 6. Can we get a bench from Garland Square Apartments, Ward 6, near Porter and Rock Creek, halfway down Porter towards Hospital, Grocery, Salvation Army? The need is great. Lindsay Street has very nice benches made of bricks that just look like features of the neighborhood. Maybe a bench could match brickwork of the IOOF cemetery, creating a streetscape feel on Porter. Scott Dixon, Ward 8. Has this program helped anyone out of poverty, or is it mainly focused on making poverty less painful or something else altogether? That's all the public comments we have on this.
Okay, regarding the bench, Mark and I have talked about this in the past. Since that is not in a CDBG target area, it would be installed in the right of way. It sounds relatively easy to do. It's very difficult because you're dealing with basically you working with the various property owners. I'm not for sure what the situation on the sidewalks are there. This is really kind of a Sean O'Leary question to kind of punt that to him. But since it does not actually fall within a target area, there would have to be an analysis of who the actual beneficiaries are, whether it is the surrounding property owners or is it, what is the service area of that bench? I mean, that sounds kind of silly, but that's the way HUD looks at it. If you're looking at a neighborhood park, you can assume that the service area is that surrounding neighborhood, but a bench along a very public street is a little different thing to analyze. As far as helping people out of poverty, really it's not an economic development project in the sense that it directly lifts people out of poverty. What it does do is it helps sustain the sustainability of affordable housing, primarily owner occupied, that keeps that home to where it can be easily maintained in the household. Their maintenance costs are reduced. Several things we funded in the past is the bus pass program. One of the reasons we have a little flexibility this year is because we're not charging for transit, and so the funds that normally would have gone to that were able to help with the homeless efforts. Certainly, moving people from homelessness into permanent housing, certainly that helps address the poverty of that individual. Different assistance programs that we've done in the past, taking someone out of poverty, I think that would be kind of a far stretch with this program because of the limitations on the direct benefits that the households can obtain. So.
Okay, Mayor, we have had one comment come in via email, and it is from Kamala Jolly Stewart. in Ward 4, and she states, I started serving on the CDBG Policy Committee after I received housing block grant rehabilitation funds about 20 years ago. It has been encouraging to see the impact of these funds on communities in Core Norman and exciting to see the incremental impact the various projects have made on our community. In particular, the sidewalk shaving program and the work Tim Vermillion is doing to remove and replace unhealthy trees in the CDBG area have been noticed by our neighbors, and feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. I look forward to seeing more practical yet innovative ways to projects in the future.
All right. Thank you for that. And being someone who lives very close to Porter and Rock Creek, I can tell you the sidewalks are on Porter. They are not on 12th Street. And I can understand with Garland Apartments being right there, since there are sidewalks on Porter, that would be the area that someone would walk. So if we couldn't use CDBG funds, I would certainly support putting something there, given that there's nothing on 12th, and that's the main course into, again, the hospital and other restaurant and shopping and grocery areas. Okay, seeing no other public comment, are there any other questions or comments from council regarding this item?
I'm not seeing any, Mayor.
All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott. Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate your work on this. We're very lucky to have someone so knowledgeable. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject amendment number 2 to the 5th year action plan for the 45th year CDBG program.
So
Motion to approve. Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve amendment number 2 to the 5th year action plan for the 45th year CDBG program. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Member Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The amendment is approved unanimously.
Item 23, amendment number 1 to contract 1617-113 with Half Associates Incorporated, increasing the contract amount by $173,000 for a revised contract amount of $877,500 to provide additional professional landscape architectural services for the Reeves Park Sport Complex project. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the amendment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to recognize Jed Foster to make a presentation that will cover items 23 through 25, but we will vote on them individually. Oh, excuse me, 27, 20. Okay, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to just briefly summarize the next 5 items. These are all contract amendment items relative to Norman Forward work that has been ongoing. These items follow a series of discussions that we've had at council work groups over the last 2 or 3 months almost, that have been led by Jason Cotton with ADG, who is our program manager for the Norman Forward projects. What I'd like to do is just give a very brief summary of each of these 5 items. Again, there are amendments to the design contracts, and then we can go back and talk about them individually if you'd like. But item 23 is with Half Associates. They are the firm that's working on the Reeves Park additions and improvements. As you mentioned in the title, this is $173,000 amendment, and it would provide for the design schematic, or I'm sorry, schematic design documents. Brenda, if you can go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. The schematic design documents for an increased scope of work that comes from recommendations from our citizen ad hoc group. At this project, generally that work would be focused on building new fields, new softball and baseball fields versus renovating existing adult softball fields up on the north side of the Reeves Park complex. Item 24 is with Planning Design Group, PDG. They are working on the Griffin Park improvements. This item would be for $70,000 and would be for schematic design documents, primarily for the indoor and then some additional surrounding site work related to that facility. Again, these recommendations come from the citizen ad hoc group and would get us the schematic design documents needed to keep that project moving forward. Item 25 is with Howland Van Kuren. They are working on the Ruby Grant project. This amendment is in the amount of $38,835. And this project's in a little bit different position than the others. As you know, construction is underway with the Ruby Grant project, but it's underway with a reduced scope from the original plan. And that was an effort to keep the project within the available funds. And so the ad hoc group proposed that we do this amendment to provide all of the construction documents and all the other services, professional services needed to complete the construction of this project to its original scope. And that was, again, approved by the Citizens Ad Hoc Group. Item 26 is with FSB. They are working on the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility, as well as the senior wellness facility or senior wellness center. The total for all three projects for this amendment is $324,925. And that is for schematic design documents for an increased scope of work to provide larger pool facilities, additional court facilities, as well as all phases of the senior wellness center that were requested by the two different ad hoc groups on those projects. And then finally, item 27 is another Howland Van Kuren contract. This is the adult softball and football complex. This amendment would be for $27,400 and provides conceptual design documents for an increased scope of work. This project is not nearly as far along as any of the others and really in more of its beginning stages. And this work would provide the documents needed for a 5-field softball complex and 7 football fields, along with the support facilities for that park, as recommended by the ad hoc group. Finally, the one other comment I would make, there's an attachment in each of the items in your agenda packet that ADG has put together. It's a bond election analysis. It's a summary of information that we discussed. And again, ADG has discussed all of these projects in quite a bit more detail in the previous meetings that we've had with the council. But this matrix kind of summarizes what happens to these projects after we move forward with these amendments, given a couple of different scenarios. And really it's in part, it answers the question, or it attempts to answer the question that came up. If we do this work, if we do the additional design work without additional funding for the projects, have we wasted the money for the design work? And in almost every example, the answer would be no, we haven't wasted that design work. We can utilize it at a later date whenever funding became available. There's only a few minor exceptions to that, but it would not be, the short answer would be, it would not be wasted. One, just to summarize or to wrap up my part of this before we get into any questions is, as I mentioned, all of these projects come with recommendations from the citizen ad hoc groups. And the recurring message that's happened throughout this whole process, back when we started meeting with the ad hoc groups and all the way through the council discussions and work sessions, has been, we need to try to move forward to prepare to build the facilities that our community wants us to build. And that has been said over and over by different people in the community and by some of the council members as well. And so we bring these items to try to address that, keep these projects moving forward, and to try to address the projects that the community would like us to. Finally, I would say just note that Jason Cotton with ADG, who's our program manager, as you know, is in the meeting, as well as representatives from each of the design firms are all in the meeting, and together we can work to answer any questions you've got on any of these items.
Mayor Clark, Councilmember Patron has a question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Mr. Foster, and also for this matrix that you sent. I found it very helpful, and it's exactly the kind of information that I was hoping to get. I'm not sure, it's kind of hard to talk about just one and not much like what you did. The presentation was item number 23 through 27, so I don't know how to split them up either. So I'm just gonna basically talk about the first one first with Reeves. So at 173,000, the delta on that project is 7.3 million. And so the 173,000 gets us through a couple of months, at which point it falls into the yellow and the orange categories, meaning that if the voters were to tell us they don't want to spend another 7.3 million right away, then we would be back where we were before, which is these design drawings are for new fields, where we would be back in a situation where we're renovating existing softball fields, which is unfortunate and nobody here wants that. However, we have to have the voters' permission to be able to fund these. This isn't just what we want. So basically that's $173,000 gamble as to whether or not the voters are going to say yes. Same thing when you go to Griffin. Again, I would love to have an indoor soccer field for my kids. They would love it, but it's $21,800,000 is the delta there. And so we're going to gamble $70,000 as to whether or not the voters agree with us and say, yes, let's build it. Multi-sport and aquatic. I don't know why that was coupled together with the senior center, because the senior center to me makes some sense when you look at this matrix to spend the $78,500. That one does make sense. But the $246,425 that we would be gambling when we need another $36,300,000 to be able to utilize those plans doesn't make sense to me. That's not how I would treat my pocketbook, and I'm not going to do that on behalf of the voters here. I'm going to let them make that decision. It's their money. This is public money. Softball, football, 27,400. And I was noticing in the matrix here, a note was made that should the voters not approve the $9 million delta that's here, it looks like the words that they say is this is not a quote usable project. So in essence, we would be spending another $27,000. And if the voters tell us no, that potential project would get perhaps scrapped entirely, which that $2.5 million that is their budget would presumably go, to the other Norman Forward projects, like to the senior center, or maybe to the parks maintenance facility, or any of these others that are dramatically short money. So I'm not sure why, that is a large gamble to make when if they said no, we wouldn't even have the project entirely. So I am supportive, obviously, of Ruby Grant. That makes sense. Let's keep moving on Ruby Grant. Same thing with the senior center on your matrix here. It's doesn't waste any money. There's no gamble in on public dollars at all. So to me, that is great, except for that I'm not somehow at the way it's phrased right now as being in one item with the multi-sport and aquatic, able to vote on the senior center standing alone. So I will be asking for a floor amendment to break those up, because that doesn't make any sense when I'd like to give one a yes and the others a no. So moving forward is what I keep hearing on these projects. Moving forward is asking the voters if they want us to do, if this is what they're ready to pay for. And no one's bringing any of this to a stop. That's not what this is about at all. It's about whether or not these dollars are going to be going to the end product. And right now we don't know the answer to that. So I'm not willing to just put up over $500,000. In fact, the whole thing at issue tonight is $634,000, but I would vote yes again on Ruby Grant and the senior center. The others, and especially multi-sport and aquatic, you're talking about a $36 million delta. I mean, that is just, I need a better idea as to whether or not the voters want to do that. It's their money. So that's fair warning on when we get to item 26. I will be asking to break that one up.
And we have Councilmember Scanlon. Or actually, I think it's Councilmember Holman. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see. Okay. So on the matrix, I do see that some projects have it listed. Basically, if bond is not approved, we can revert back to the basic plans that we've already had done. Is that correct, Judd?
Yes, that's correct. The only one that would require any revision would be the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility. If they did all of this the schematic design work, and then we went back to build a $22.5 million project,
right?
We would have to redo a portion. About 2/3 of the work would still be usable. A portion of it would have to be readjusted to fit the smaller project.
Okay.
The rest of the projects we could use eventually, be able to use the work that we would be buying tonight.
Okay. Given that, definitely the indoor aquatic center and multi-sport does definitely give me some heartburn. I think I agree with my colleague on that. But I do think that on the rest of the projects that we have usable plans, should voters not approve additional funding. My other question though is, the scope that we're looking to do here, to me, our goal here is to meet the scope of projects that voters did approve in 2015. And by that, I mean, without additional funding, we're not going to be able to meet the standard of what was promised to voters in 2015. We're asking for additional funding for a number of reasons. Partly that these projects have increased significantly in cost in the last 5 years. Our citizen committees have told us that this is what they want. And if we don't get additional funding, we may still build these projects, but it won't be to the standard that voters approved in 2015, in my opinion. So that is why I do support going forward with these projects. Still going to think about the indoor aquatic center and multi-sport. I do agree that Delta is extremely high. That is a project, though, that at its existing budget, 22.5 million, I'm not sure what type of facility we can build at all. I think we can build a pool that has some type of enclosed structure around it for 22.5. Well, I guess that's the indoor aquatic and the multi-sport. So we could build something very basic, I'm sure, to meet the letter of the law there, but it would not meet the intent of what voters approved in 2015. I know it wouldn't meet the needs of the users. So there wouldn't be, it's a project I wouldn't want to go forward with unless we could do it properly and fully. It would be a project, I think, if voters did not approve additional funding, that may have to be delayed for quite some time, just based on the total cost of it. I think if we had to build something to meet the obligations of the UMP TIF deal, for example, we could build what we have to do with the money we have to meet that obligation. But I don't think it would be the facility we all want and envision. And so I do support going forward with these contracts because I do think what we're designing is what the citizens have told us they want. They may not tell us they're ready to pay for additional funding for it yet, but I do think they have told us this is the projects they do want at some point for us to do. So that's my view on it. I do think some of the concerns are very valid about specifically the one project that has got the biggest price tag. So that's all I have for right now, though. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Councilmember Scanlon and then Councilmember Bierman.
I want to agree with Councilmember Holman in terms of what he's just articulated. I understand the price tag is steep. I also believe what Mr. Foster has told us in terms of we will use this information sooner or later. In my experience in corporate life, it's much cheaper to amend a contract than it is to negotiate a new one. And all of these are amendments, as opposed to if we don't continue them and the work stops for whatever reason, we're in the business of having to renegotiate, and that may cost us more in the long run. I want to point out, as I read the text in the matrix, that the softball, football complex, Griffin Park, and Reeves are linked. If you do one, you should do all, if I believe the matrix, and I think that's an important consideration. With regard to the aquatic center and multi-sports facility, that is the hardest pill to take. But I also agree with the comments that just made that the citizens have spoken loud and clear in terms of what they want. And what they want is a 50-meter pool, which is not what the original proposal was, not what the original budget was. It's important to have something that is going to be used, if for no other reason than with a 50-meter pool, we bring in competition of one kind or another, which we've heard over these months, will help underwrite the operating cost of this facility. So I'm not in favor of doing anything with that project unless it's the full-blown 50 meters that the ad hoc committee has pounded the table about. So again, to reprise, I would be in favor of all of these. The biggest question mark in my mind is what happens with regard to the aquatic center. And I've talked before about breaking up any bond issue that may be floated into a couple of increments that would put logical things together. I'm hearing that from constituents. They're having a big problem with voting a chunk of 83 point something million dollars of Norman Forward projects. They'd like a little more granularity in terms of the vote, and singling out something like the aquatic center as a single item on a ballot might help us, give us a clue as to what we should do now or later with that. Those are my comments. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, now we have Councilmember Bierman.
So I think I feel more similarly to Councilmember Patron, because I don't think if we do end up with this bond proposal on an August ballot, I don't think we can really say for sure what a no vote on that would mean. I don't think that it necessarily would mean, no, we don't have the money right now. It might mean, no, this is not a cost we are ever willing to pay. And so then what? And I also don't know what another year or 2 year delay until we can find the $100 million extra dollars for these projects is going to do to what voters want. We don't know what a few years from now is going to mean in terms of whether or not these facilities are still going to be what at least this group wants that is in the ad hoc committees, but it is everyone's taxpayer dollars. And to me, a no vote doesn't necessarily say no, not right now. It might be a no. This isn't actually what we want. We didn't agree to spend whatever it takes to build these facilities. It actually says in the 2015 Norman Forward language, to the extent feasible, build these projects. And I would think, in my opinion, we're getting to the point where this is not necessarily feasible. And so, I think we really need to be careful about assuming what a no vote in August means about how voters feel about these projects, not just what the ad hoc committees feel about these projects, but what the voters feel about these projects. If they said yes in 2015, but no in 2020, I don't think we can say for sure that it's just a no, this isn't the right time to be spending $100 million extra dollars. I do agree with Councilmember Patron that we need to separate the senior wellness facility from the multi-sport and indoor aquatic. I'm not sure why they were put together anyway, and if they were combined, I would vote them down, but I would certainly vote the senior wellness facility separately, and I think it's only appropriate that they do so since they're not even going to be co-located. I think it's fine for the indoor aquatics facility and the multi-sport facility to be voted on together, but the senior wellness facility is not attached to those projects in any way. So Councilmember Patron, you've got your second on that floor amendment. That's all I've got for now.
If I can touch on that real quick, in your agenda packet, you'll see some numbers that are put out in that particular item, identifying the three different, three different amounts for the pool and the multi-sport and the senior wellness. The reason they're all in one contract is that we decided to award all of those projects to FSB, and we did it all in one contract. We can still separate the projects out any way we want to. And in this case, it would be approving a portion of the additional fees or additional work, and not another portion if that's what your desire is.
I appreciate that clarification.
And we have Councilmember Wilson.
I think that this is all very difficult. Why don't we ever have easy things to do? The world has changed so significantly right now that I have real concerns about our city budget, our own personal finances, jobs, unemployment. You know, I think we're probably going to have a second round of this virus crap. So I'm having a hard time supporting spending money on something that may not happen. I would really rather have the voters' approval on something before we move forward. So that's just my thoughts on it, just so you know how I'm voting.
Okay, we have Councilmember Scott that would like to be recognized.
Okay, thank you, counselors, for your comments and for Judd for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, and then I have, I think I'm going to make a motion to postpone based on the, so all of these items are separate. I, like some of the counselors before me, support moving forward on the Ruby Grant design amendments, the contract amendment, and possibly another here, but if is our finance director around? He is, okay, he's up here in my right-hand corner. So where we're at now, because I feel like one of the reasons I want to postpone a few of these items here is because I feel like the contract amendments should be contingent upon the passage of the bond that we are asking the voters to approve. If it doesn't pass, then we can still move forward with what we have been, what has been planned, you know, the designs that we've been planning now, because people do want these projects. You know, they want what they want, and that's respectable. I respect that. I've been a very big advocate, I think, vocal advocate since we started having this conversation earlier before the pandemic. But seeing the crisis, the pandemic, and our budget crisis, I just want to make sure that we're making extremely fiscally responsible, you know, conservative decisions. So just to kind of, what is the fiscal impact of postponing a couple of these items until after the bond election? Is there a fiscal impact? Is there not?
Well, as far as the fiscal impact related to the projects, remember that the cost of these design contracts is part of the normal forward budgets for the projects already. It is not contingent on the passage of the bonds. I'm not sure that I can respond to the question about the project impact of delay, except to the extent that was discussed at the previous 2 or 3 council sessions when we were talking about why we would move these amendments forward now, is to keep the projects moving such that they wouldn't be delayed for the 3 to 6 months of the impact of the pencils down, which was the term used by Jason from ADG. So I'm probably not qualified to speak to that, but that's what I heard.
Okay, so if I understand the contractor amendments, they're just for the scope of design on each of the items. If we go back to the presentation, they are all saying for the scope of design to increase that. Some of them are more expensive than others, and specifically on the multi-sport facility and the indoor aquatic center. I'm trying to look at the agenda and I'm just like grazing through it, but it's much more expensive. And we're also looking at putting that in a place in the University North Park area. We're looking at putting those up there. And so I guess I would have to also ask about the status of the lawsuit since the courts were closed. Since the appeal was basically postponed. What's the status of that? Because I mean, I feel like these kind of go together. We're looking at putting the placement of those going up there. And so if anything, I don't know if we should move forward on a contract agreement or amendment of that size until after the bond election and until after we know what the result of the lawsuit is. So can I get an update on that? Catherine.
Sure. So far, no appeal has been filed to my knowledge. I did not check OSCN today, but I did check yesterday. No appeal had been filed yet. My understanding is the deadline to file that appeal is a couple of weeks away. Basically, what the Supreme Court did was toll all of the deadlines, and then they've started counting again once that tolling ends on May 15th.
Okay.
We should know something in terms of whether or not there is an appeal in the next 2 weeks. I know there's been questions about also what are our obligations related to this project within UNP. So I wanted to just address that real quickly, if I may. The development agreement that this council approved called for a closing on the land, which of course would be funded by TIP funds the later of June 30th or upon closing of the bonds for construction. So we're okay there. We haven't issued bonds or anything like that. The opening date, it says we shall make every effort to open by October 1st, 2022. And there's a repurchase right by UTC, who's selling the property to us if we haven't started construction by January 1st. Now, certainly, I think they understand the delay that we've been dealing with COVID-19 and those kind of things. So if we start pushing up against those and we're still making efforts in that direction, I think, you know, that those deadlines could possibly be worked out. But if we're not making any progress, I don't know if they would extend those deadlines.
Okay. If nothing else, and I know these items are separate, you know, in that I'd have to go through and ask for postponement on each one individually, if we wanted to do that. As far as that one on the increase of, you know, 324,925 on that, on the multi-sport senior wellness, I would prefer to postpone that until the first meeting in June. And I know that's item, you know, 26. It would take a minute to get there, just so that we know the status of the lawsuit, and then just so that I have some clarity and more comfortability on that decision. As far as I see, you know, I'm more comfortable with item 27. It's less expensive. The 27,000 is you know, it's not so bad. We can continue moving forward on that, as well as the Ruby grant, which is already in the works. I guess other than that, yeah, I think some of these, I think if we don't postpone them, I'd want to amend them to say that, you know, the increasing of the contract amount would be contingent upon the passage of the bond approval. Because, so, I mean, maybe Anthony, I may need clarity again, if you don't mind. Just, you said that the design is already built into the Norman Ford budget.
Yes, ma'am. The design contracts are not part of the GO bonds. They are part of.
Okay, but so do they not impact what would be left? I mean, these, you know, several $1,000s here, would that not impact what could actually be used to construct and, you know, actually build these projects?
Well, yes, but again, the design components of the projects were always parts of the projects. To the extent that you're building a bigger project than you had originally intended, which I don't think is the case for anything except the senior center, then you're not doing anything other than what was anticipated when Norman Forward passed.
Okay, I believe I understand. So can we go back to the slides? I don't know if there was a timeline on there. What are the timelines for, I understand Ruby Grant's supposed to be completed by 2022. You know, if we move forward with these design amendments for the contract, and then ultimately we don't have the funding to actually build the projects, like what's our timeline look like? And I know that we may need, I don't know if we have the ADG representative who can maybe briefly, or Judd, maybe probably perfectly capable of answering.
We do. We have a lot of help here. I'm not sure I understand your question though.
Yeah, kind of. So I'm wondering, I can't see that, what our timeline is for each of these projects, you know, as it stands. You know, I know we're lacking funding. We want the highest quality facilities. And so these contract amendments are asking for an increase in the scope of design. And so I'm just trying to understand, you know, why, basically. Why do we need to increase the scope of design? Why do we need to make these amendments if this, you know, it's already been built in, it's already been designed, and we already have a path moving forward? We want to move forward on these projects.
I guess I would say the design work that we have contracted for so far is for smaller projects, if you will. So in the aquatics and multi-sport facility, for example, is for a $22.5 million project. Once we got through conceptual work and the ad hoc group looked at that and decided, no, that's not what we want. What our budget will build us is not what we want. And
which is why we're wanting to move forward with the bond, which could be
right.
The state-of-the-art facilities, correct?
Said what we would like. And so to take that further, what we would like to build happens to be about $58 million, a little more than $58 million project. And so that means we have to pay more to design a bigger project.
Okay, and so that makes total sense. I don't know, I guess, where the confusion was between that, but that's why I'm saying, that's why we're asking the people for more money, because it's been recommended by our committee that these aren't going to, we want better facilities, we want state-of-the-art facilities, and we want to design bigger, better, higher quality facilities. But if we don't receive the approval from our voters, then what is the use in paying for these amendments when they may just go sit on a shelf somewhere? I mean,
that's a great question. And again, we're deferring to the citizens' desire for the facilities, the larger facility, if you will. And in some cases, they've said, if this is all you can build, then it'd be better not to build it at all. And so let's wait until we get enough money to build what we really want to build. And
okay,
so in that event, we wouldn't have wasted any of this design money. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I mean, in the event that the voters approve, you know, because I believe that the voters want, I mean, they voted for Norman Ford in the first place. We have had very, you know, we've had citizens flood the city council chambers in support of these projects. I do believe that they want these. I am concerned with, you know, the contentiousness that's been going on in our city over the past few months, and some of the things that I've seen and heard in the emails we received, that we may not have the support at the ballot that we think we have. And so that's my only hesitation in moving forward with, you know, spending a significant amount of money on increasing these agreements, these contracts agreements, until we know for certain that the voters are going to approve increased funding. And that's why I'm only comfortable moving forward with a couple of these items that I think are more affordable and are less risky. I think I'm pretty consistent that I'm not one to take risks with anybody's tax dollars, you know, at all. I feel like I'm fairly consistent on that. And I know, so I went, you know, regarding the contract, if we were to postpone a couple of these items until after the bond election, does that in any way impact the contract, the design contract, or anything at all?
I would have to, I'm not sure I can answer that. I would ask any of the design consultants to maybe start with John Sempner with FSB and see how he would respond to that.
Yeah. We're designing right now both the indoor aquatic and multi-sports center and the senior wellness center. I'll kind of approach that holistically. The cost and the risk to wait is construction prices. You know, annually construction prices go up somewhere between, on a typical year, around 2%. On a high inflation year, it could be as much as 5%. You know, right now construction prices are coming in favorably, but 3 months ago they weren't. And so if you look at our $22.5 million budget for the indoor aquatic and multi-sport, and you say 2%, well, that's $450,000. And so to delay a year for that one project could be a $500,000 hit to that project.
So, and I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt, but so what you said is that that you're talking about the construction price, and what we're discussing here is the design, an increase in the an amendment for the design.
Yeah. So what Judd and is asking us as a design firm to do is to put our pencils down and to no longer design. And so our documents to bid for construction are waiting to be finished. And so you're just delaying the start of construction and the bidding of this as we go along.
From our standpoint, I believe that we aren't delaying the bidding process if we don't have the money in the law after the election. If we don't have the money, then there's no bid.
Right.
Frankly. So then we waste tax dollars on this design. So we can put this money forward and invest, but we don't have a guarantee that voters are going to approve it. And I'm frankly, and I apologize because I again have been very supportive of, you know, these facilities and their placement, their location, all of these things. If you look back, I have been very supportive, and just looking at what has been said in our community, how people are going, you know, acting and things like that. I want to be confident, but I'm not prepared to move forward on every single one of these items at this time. And so I hope that, you know, I hope the voters approve it. And I hope the voters approve the bond, and that we can move forward, approve these design. I know it's very tasking on you guys to move so quickly, especially when it comes to construction and bidding and things like that. But I can't justify, again, risking taxpayer dollars if I can't guarantee that they're going to approve spending more of their money out of their pocket. Again, risking taxpayer dollars. So that's how I feel about that. And I guess at this time, I'd like to make a motion to postpone at least one of these items.
Councilmember, we're on item 23 right now,
yeah,
which
so
is
we have to do
restart.
23. Yeah. So moving to postpone item 23 until after the bond election.
So for a date certain, are you saying until September the 8th, which would be the first meeting in September?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, we had some other council members that had their hands up, but the motion on the floor now is about postponement. Those that had requested to speak, do you still want to speak to postponement? Councilmember Carter?
I suppose so now are we discussing the motion to postpone?
Yes.
Okay.
I think.
Well, my questions are in general, but it relates to this decision. So let me ask Judd to clarify my understanding of a few things. And I think that would it be fair to say that our motions and our resolutions tonight are basically regarding pencil up and pencil down and losing the dead time in between those two spots? Would that be kind of a correct way to summarize it?
Yeah, I think that's fair, generally speaking. I mean, there's the other issues that Mr. Sempner was talking about in terms of, you know, increased costs down the line and that. But yeah, for now, for the next 2 or 3 months, we're talking about just pencils down.
And the ramifications then of pencils down now and the bond passing would be that we have delayed the bidding phase of the project by X number of months because, and that could in effect drive up construction costs.
It could.
Yeah, that's what I think he was saying is the longer we wait, the longer, you know, 1% or 2% or whatever it might be, and you know, times the number of months. And so my second question would then be, or statement would be, these Norman Forward projects passed with a very high margin. Can you remind me the margin of them passing roughly? Do you remember that?
72%.
72%.
Yeah. And so have you seen any resistance to our concept from the Sooner Swim Club, which I think is the driving factor behind the citizens group behind the aquatics component?
No, they've been totally supportive of increasing the project, if that's what you mean.
Have you sensed anything recently during this pandemic that would make you feel like their enthusiasm has waned?
No.
How about with the Optimist Club and the indoor sports complex? Has their enthusiasm waned?
No, not that I'm aware of.
How about with the Norman Soccer Association, NYSA?
Same.
How about with the citizens, senior citizens groups?
Actually, I haven't heard much from them, but I would assume it's the same. They were pretty emphatic about building the entire project all at once.
Yeah, I mean, last time I talked to them, it was like all 5 phases or nothing.
Yeah.
And all of those groups are very motivated, engaged civic groups that led to the passage of this Norman Forward project. And I don't see, and I've spent a lot of time since our study session last week trying to touch base with various citizens in and out of these groups. And I wouldn't disagree with what you're saying at all. I think that the enthusiasm for these projects, just for their own, satisfying their own need, but in addition, I think there's widespread community belief that these would be economic drivers coming to fruition at a time that our economy might need economic driving. There's a direct impact on the economy, local economy, with just the construction costs, and then the multiplier that you would assign to that. In addition, you can argue or not argue if the activities that they hold there will be economic drivers, but you know, as a long time dad in all of these groups for decades and decades, and a coach and a participant in adult softball through church league and all of the different things that this is going to touch, I just can't see where increased capacity for tournaments won't be positive for our local economy, for our restaurants that have been devastated, for our hotels that are seeing so much pressure. In fact, we've got I think a proposal to build another hotel coming before us in the next 2 months. And so there doesn't seem to be, if people are still willing to build hotels and do things like that, I don't see a lot of retraction. You know, our businesses, I own 5 businesses in this area. In and around Norman, we've all, you know, opened up under safety, social distancing protocol, and we've seen a V rebound so far. So I'm optimistic. Our economy is going to bounce back. The mood's going to be positive. My other question about pencils up, pencil down was originally we had targeted June as a date for these votes, for a bond issue vote, and we postponed that to August because of circumstances. If we would have maintained our June target date for the vote on the bond issue, would we even be at this point right now where we would be need to voting about pencils up, pencils down? Or would we have voted that in June? I mean, we're just a few weeks from there.
Yeah, we
Hard to
would have.
say.
I know. Yeah, it's hard to say. I guess we would have had to have done these amendments.
Yeah, at some point, they're obviously necessary now because we've got another couple of months between June and August that we have to wait. We're gonna unwind these teams of our engineers and architects, and they're going to go off and they're going to start working on other projects because they have to pay their bills, and then we're going to have to ramp back up. So I mean, as a person that's constructed, not a lot, but I've done my share of building. Getting the engineer and the architects going on your project and keeping them focused is I think a powerful thing. And so, I think that, and one of my favorite sayings is that, luck is the intersection of preparation and opportunity. And if I understand you right, there's a small percentage, about 30% of one of these projects, the aquatic and indoor sports, that may be lost money if for some reason we never proceed with these projects at the scope that we are now proposing them in this bond issue. That's a relatively small amount of money in terms of the total cost of these projects. And realistically, I think that these projects have been very popular in the past. I sense nothing in our community that has waned. And I understand there's some folks that are, are a little bit indecisive about it now, but I think the second that OU announces they're playing fall football, people are going to start resuming normalcy, and that's going to be a collective sigh of relief. And so moving in this process, preparing for the opportunity, preparing for this shovel-ready concept is a concept that I think is the prudent way to move forward. And I would be against postponing, and I will be in favor of all of these resolutions tonight.
Okay, so I would just like to offer a friendly amendment because Councilmember Carter honestly maybe kind of reconsider. Not reconsider. I still want to postpone a few of these items, but I would like to change the date. I think that I know it's asking a lot, but if we can get a survey out to our community stakeholders and supporters, just to I just need validation that people do still support moving forward. And so I'm prepared. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change, the postponement to 2 weeks from now, our next council meeting. I'm willing to do that. If we don't see the support, if we don't have something having, that confirms the support, we can look at something after that. And so, sorry, Councilman Carter, I know I'm not supposed to call on you, but I just want to offer my own friendly amendment if I can get an acceptance from Councilmember Patron. I think that way we kind of meet in the middle with what we're trying to accomplish on these contracts, because where my hesitation is whether this kind of risk, on the bond. So I'd like to know if we do have indeed that support from our community, our stakeholders, our citizens, the clubs that are involved, everybody involved, you know what I mean, who supported this.
Before you move forward with the friendly amendment, Mr. Pyle, could you give us an update on the polling plans?
Your Honor, we just had that conversation in chambers, and I'm looking at Annalise to get, I know we've made contact with our polling firm, and we can probably get you some dates. I don't know if Annalise has those dates handy, but we'll be able to get them to you. Annalise, can you share with us what we know from our polling firm as of now?
Let me just hold on here. Yeah, so our polling firm, CMA, is ready to go. This is the same one that we've used for previous Norman Forward, as also the transit vote, or the transit polling that we did earlier in the year. They are ready to go as soon as we have our questions ready and kind of have an idea of what we would like to ask the voters. So first we'll need to know what we're sending forward to the voters in order to ask those questions, as well as after kind of some of this reopening has happened, we're looking at towards the end of May for doing the polling for that. So that's when CMA had recommended is a good time to go to do polling for this, and that gives some results prior to making the final decisions on the ordinance.
So yeah, before second reading was what the timetable was set up to look like. And I don't know if we're going to get much value out of trying to advance that at this point with our conversations with the polling firm.
Well, actually, I would be willing to support Alex on postponing this until after we have the poll results. I need to have some sort of assurance that I'm spending taxpayer money wisely, because at this point, I don't have any at all assurance on that. With the exception, I don't want to postpone the Ruby grant or the senior center. I think if I'm looking at your matrix and all here, it's clear that those two projects, it doesn't matter what the outcome of the bond election is. That's dollars well spent, and they will still be applicable. The design work would not need to be redone, in other words, if the bond were to fail. So to me, those are a different discussion. But with respect to the rest of it, I would be willing to support Councilmember Scott, her changes to get, the results of a formal scientific poll.
So that would most likely put your postponement to the June 9th council meeting, because I don't think that we would have results back by the 26th of March, of May.
Would it be possible, in the past, we have scheduled special sessions on off weeks in which we do cast votes. Would it be possible to schedule a special session on June 2nd and have a presentation perhaps on the polling results, if not that night, that Thursday prior, the 28th of May?
I mean, council can certainly call a special meeting at any time, as long as we give the 48-hour notice. I think probably until we lock in on a date specific, we need to probably give Annalise the opportunity to talk to them again and to see what their timeline is, so that they make sure we can fit that within the whatever date we come up with. So kind of makes it difficult to postpone it to a date certain.
Can we not just say until, that we're postponing it until the poll results come in?
June 9th, the second reading too, so.
We could do that, and then that way, once the results came in, I would schedule it for the first meeting available after that, or a special session if council so desired.
Can people agree on that? I mean, I don't want to ask for like a show of votes. I don't think we're allowed to do that, but I mean, so Councilmember Patron has accepted the friendly amendment.
I second the new language to post poll result information.
Which removes.
Otherwise, I'm voting stuff down tonight. So, I mean, if I.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would bring your motion on the floor to postpone the Reeves item, is what we're on right now, until poll results can be provided to council. And we still have hands in the air, and that is the motion on the floor. So I'll go back to Councilmember Bierman, whose hand was up for quite a while.
So kind of getting whiplash. I had questions about the original item, and then questions about the first amendment, and now questions about the friendly amendment. So I definitely agree that a formal scientific poll is necessary on this. I'm clearly talking to different people than Councilmember Carter, because friends and what's the best word? Residents, we'll just call them residents, all across the political spectrum that I've spoken to are very much not supportive of this bond proposal at this time. And one of the big questions they had for me is, well, what happens if a proposal goes in front of voters by August and it fails? Where is this $650,000 going to come from? Is it going to come from the general budget? Is it going to come from the Norman Forward budget and impact other projects? And so, you know, that's a concern that I have. I certainly don't mind waiting until a poll happens. However, I don't think that doing a poll now is also necessarily going to gauge how people feel in August. Every day feels like a lifetime right now, and things change so drastically, and we have no control over a lot of the variables that are going to potentially change people's minds on whether or not they're going to support a bond. So I just, you know, I think a poll will be helpful right now, especially if we're going to be voting on this in June. That will certainly help inform my vote on this in June, but I don't necessarily think it's going to give us the best sense of how voters are going to feel in August, because that 2 months is going to feel like 2 decades. And you know, I would love to believe that only the people who support these projects or are going to use these facilities are going to be voting on it, but I know that that's not true. The whole city gets to vote on this. And there are a lot of people who are way more connected to what's happening in this city now, because decisions that we have made are impacting their lives right now. I mean, I got more emails from, I call them new constituents, people who have never reached out to me before, who are now getting involved for the first time. And so I'd love to believe that this will be an easy knock it out of the park like it was back in 2015. But one of my grandmother's favorite lines was, if wishes were fishes, we'd all swim in riches. So I would love to believe that that's the case, but I don't necessarily believe that it's going to happen. So I think I can support postponing these at least until June. I don't necessarily know that that's going to be as fully informative as we would like it to be. And my preference still right now is to wait until after August. That's my preference, because if the bond fails, construction costs are going to go up too. So waiting a few months to ensure that we are not unnecessarily spending $650,000 on projects that we're not going to build, I mean, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other for me, because if the bond fails and we have to wait a year, those construction costs are going to go up just as much, if not more. So, and maybe hopefully a year from now, steel tariffs will be lower, which would also probably help. So I'm okay with this for now, but if anyone would like to wait until after the August bond vote, that is also fine with me.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I just had a question for Anthony, maybe about the original design budgets in Norman Forward for these projects, how much of it have we spent all of it? Is what we're increasing these contracts amount by factored into the original budgeted amount?
As a rule of thumb, the design budgets were set at 10% of the cost, the budgeted cost of the projects. Some of them have been spent, some of them have, you know, it kind of depends on what phase the design is in right now. Ruby Grant obviously is at a very advanced state of design, but for the other projects, we're kind of at the preliminary schematic design phases, so a lot of the design budgets would not have been spent yet. But again, where council has already allocated funds for design and construction, and in some cases for purchase of land, there would certainly be more than enough funds available within the Norman Forward budget for these project amendments to be funded. It's just a question of.
So what we're increasing these contracts amount by was anticipated as far as the amount of total dollars we would spend on design. Are we taking away from other projects?
We would certainly not be taking away from other projects. You know, again, the money would come from the project budget for each of these projects.
So 10% of Norman Forward, the total Norman Forward was for design. If you just looked at the total Norman Forward budget, 10% of it would have been for design.
10% of the construction budgets. Remember that Norman Forward included some things that were not construction related. So you couldn't say all of Norman Forward in 10%.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point of whether we're actually spending more, as in we're taking it from, like, we're in a budget situation right now, we all know. But what I'm thinking is that in 2015, the budgets that were approved had this cost built in. It didn't necessarily anticipate that we would spend all of it, I guess, but I don't.
Yes, and again, it depends on the project. So for the indoor multi-sport and aquatic center, if the budget was $22.5 million and there was a $2.2 million, roughly $2.2 million design budget. So would this kick you over that design cost? I think you'd be kind of right at it. So where you would be getting into future design costs, when you get into the final design, then you would probably be taking some money from the construction budget to cover the increased design cost. But it would still be within the Norman Forward budget for that project.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. I do agree with a lot of the comments from my colleagues. I think the indoor aquatic center and the multi-sport facility is really the one that I would feel more supportive of postponing, mainly because of the significant increase in cost for what we're wanting to build. I do believe that that increased cost reflects what citizens have told us they want. Multiple times at City Hall, our citizen committees have told us. And they may have to live with the fact that we may not be able to build it anytime soon if there's not additional funding, if they really want it that way, the way they want it. I know Norman Forward exists for another 10 years, the sales tax does, even if no additional funding is passed. Who knows what could happen in the next 10 years. What I mean by that is we have another 10 years to do these projects. We all want to do them sooner. We've all hoped and planned that we would be able to do them all within the first 6 or 7 years. That's not going to happen, I don't think. But it was all a hope that we could do them within that span of time, knowing though that the tax is 15 years long. We're 5 years in almost. I think it would end on December 31st, 2031, maybe 2030. So a lot could happen between then, now and then, that could change and allow these projects to go forward without having to ask voters for additional money. Who knows? It's already underwater, so the chances of it turning around and increasing may not be a high percentage, especially in this economy. And even before COVID-19, the way the retail market or retail market, sales, restaurants, all of those were seeing declines before this, with online shopping, all sorts of different things. So I don't know what will happen in the next 10 years, but some of these projects may have to wait until years 8, 9, and 10 to get done, if that's the case. But I do think the designs of these projects are ones, like for Reeves Park, I would not support postponing this until August. I think the design for Reeves Park is what needs to be done. It's what I've been told by residents of Ward 7 for 5 years now, that this is what they want done. Users of Reeves Park, Medieval Fair, when we discussed putting the senior center there, the baseball, softball people, this is the Reeves Park that needs to be done. And if funding for it isn't approved by a bond by voters, then I wouldn't support going forward with the Reeves Park project until it can be done the way it needs to be done. I've heard over and over from people that would use Reeves Park, they don't want a half-assed project. So the design for this is a design I think that will be used at some point, regardless of whether voters approve anything in August or not. And I have heard so many times from people at City Hall telling us they're sick and tired of the city delaying and waiting and waiting. How long do we have to wait? You guys keep delaying over and over again. What's the next thing that's going to come up that you guys are going to delay our project for? And I feel for them. I want to get them done now, like I've mentioned. So it's difficult because we have citizens that have over and over again told us what they want us to do. We have citizen committees that we've appointed that have told us what they want us to do. But COVID-19 has come along and thrown a wrench in things, and now we're all unsure about what we thought a few months ago. And it's completely understandable. I feel the exact same way. So I do support postponing all of these for a few weeks. But I am very concerned about how long these projects get delayed, and that we may be saving people some pain in the wallet right now. We're only going to be causing more pain in the wallet for future Norman residents. The longer we wait, the longer it takes, the more expensive these costs, and the more money that a future city council may have to ask residents for down the road. So that's kind of how I'm viewing it. It's a rock and a hard place, I guess is the right word. Is waiting costs a lot of money, but we're taking a little bit of a gamble. If we spend this money now, maybe some of it won't be usable, although I do believe most of it will be usable. These plans will be usable regardless. So anyway, I do support the postponement until we can have some more information about what, an idea about what people are thinking right now, which I agree with Councilor Bierman, may not reflect what people think in August. I would think maybe that right now people would maybe feel the most negative perhaps. So maybe if it isn't extremely negative, that in August would be more, make me feel optimistic perhaps if things get better, which as other colleagues have mentioned, we may be getting another round, another wave. We'll see. States that have reopened, I think, are seeing an uptick. I saw that Georgia had a 64% increase in cases since they've reopened early. So I hope that's not the case here, because all these tough decisions we have to make are still going to be here regardless. So yeah, I definitely support postponing until we can have more information. I appreciate the amendment from my colleague.
And we have Councilmember Hall.
So between a rock and a hard place, you probably couldn't state that any more clearly. So as I've tried to work through this, we've been presented with just an incredible amount of information from a vast array of professionals. So, thank you for all of the time that you all have taken to help us understand where we are. What I had to do myself is to look to the future. I had to go back to the past for a little bit and remember what our community voted on by an overwhelming majority when we passed these projects to begin with. So we have an obligation to move forward with these projects one way or the other. And I think we're all committed to moving forward with these projects one way or another as well. So to me, I had to remind myself what some of the, we've talked over and over again about what the original idea was and the budget that we had to work with from the beginning. And we have been on such a journey with all of this over the last 5 years that we're not where we are. We're where we are now when we started planning all these. But I took a little time to review the latest revision to the Norman Forward Implementation Plan that was written in 2016 and then revised in September of 2019. And specifically, I was focusing on the big ticket item here, which is the bundling of the indoor aquatic center, the senior center, and the multi-sport center. And you know, it's interesting because we've gone back and forth about what was envisioned by the community and what the community thought they voted on. And the indoor aquatic center, in one sentence, was described as an aquatic center that will include competitive and recreational pools for community use. The multi-sport center, in one sentence, was the facility will be designed for the attraction of statewide and regional tournaments, meets, and matches. The senior center, you know, the senior center has been batted around in multiple locations now, but I think the point I'm trying to make is it was clear from the beginning what the community voted on if you just look at some of these simple sentences in this implementation plan. And I think that's where we've been working so hard to try to get to all these past many months. And so for me, it's not if we're going to spend this money on these design plans, it's when we're going to do it. Because I am fully supportive of the work that every single one of these projects that we're talking about tonight has been vetted by an ad hoc committee. They have all voted recently to approve the expanding the, not necessarily what the vision of the project was, but how to pay for it, because what we had available to pay for it originally doesn't cover the vision of the project. And so that's, you know, where we find ourselves. And that's why we're talking about moving forward with a bond package, which I think is the best way to move forward to figure out how to get to where we need to go and to meet the expectations of our community. So for me personally, I am fully supportive of all of these projects as recommended by the ad hoc committees. I think there is a lot of community support for them, but none of us anticipated a pandemic. And so the timing of all this, I think, is just critical. And we don't know, we really don't know what the climate and what the, you know, what people are feeling. I mean, our worlds have been turned upside down right now. So to just move forward like we're just going about our business, I think is naive. And I think that there is a lot of support for these projects to be built as we are designing them right now. I cannot imagine having these kind of conversations and then going back and saying, nope, we're just gonna go back to what we had this money for and not build these projects to what our community is expecting. So for me, the dilemma is when. And I think moving forward with allowing our voters to weigh in August and see how it goes, I think that's going to be a really important thing to do. And so for me personally, I am in favor of postponing until we get a little bit more information. I'm fine with moving forward with the senior center amendment. I'm fine with moving forward with Ruby Grant because of the grid, and the senior citizen ad hoc committee has said in no uncertain terms that they do not want to phase a building. And I think most of these other projects have spoken loud and clear about what they expect and what they want. We might not be able to deliver it when we had hoped to, but I think we will eventually. So when we spend the money on getting these design plans is really the dilemma for me. And I think we really do need to be prudent right now as we move forward. And yes, it's a gamble. It's a gamble either way. And we don't know. We may be wasting money now. We may be, you know, paying too much later. But either way, if the bond issue does not get approved, we are going to have a delay. And everything in our country right now is experiencing delays that no one anticipated. And I think that's just the reality that we're living in. So for me, I am hoping that we can find a way, whenever that is, that our community can approve these projects as the ad hoc committees have recommended, when that is, I think is where we're feeling all of this uncertainty, and when we want to invest in putting more money into these projects until we know where we are and where our community is. And I think, I think it's going to be I'm not sure we're going to know. I mean, obviously we're going to have an answer if it gets approved, but if it doesn't get approved, I'm not exactly sure we're going to know why. I'm not sure it's because I don't think it's going to be because they don't want these projects. It's just not the time. So I am supportive of postponing until we get a little bit more information, at least for a few more weeks. And I am definitely, for our future, in favor of moving forward with these projects. It's just how we're going to do it and when we're going to do it.
I want to thank you all for your comments so far, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness and caution as always. I have stood my ground as much as I possibly can in being cautious in how we approach this, but I will not be cautious in looking to the future long term. Now is the time to do the design work. I will not have my name or a yes vote next to, as Councilmember Holman put it, a half-assed project. We know what we're supposed to do. It's time to move us forward. I won't support a delay. I think we need to do it, and we need to do it now. If they vote it down in August, fine. We understand that. There's a lot going on. I don't know if they will. I look forward to seeing the polling. But when the time comes, when we do have the money, we need to move forward. Now is the time where, as a council, we come together and give them something to look forward to. The design money is there. I am excited again to look to our future. And as Councilmember Carter put it, this is a piece of our economic recovery. Why would we not want to be as most prepared for it as humanly possible? So I will be voting no on any proposal to delay either the vote itself or at any amount of time. I think we need to do it right. We've said it time and time again. And as Councilmember Hall said, we know what they want. Why would we not go ahead and move forward with it? Because it might be shelved for a couple months. I do not want to build something that Norman voters don't want. And I don't want to be the person that says, well, you really wanted something, but we dragged our feet enough, and now it's going to be infinitely more expensive. And we wasted your money because we weren't prepared to seize an opportunity to help us recover from a global pandemic. So it would seem that now is the perfect time for design work based on everything slowing down. And I won't support a delay. And I hope you won't either. I mean, this is design work. We know what they want. Let's design it and be ready for when the time comes. That's what it comes down to for me.
Mayor, it looks like Councilmember Scanlon has some comments, and then I think we'll be ready for a vote.
As I said before, I'm in favor of moving on these things. I do have a question about the aquatic center for reasons previously stated, but I generally support going forward. These several amendments were put on the docket tonight for a reason, and the reason had to do, I think, with some pencils down dates that have been articulated previously. I don't remember what those dates are. I know they're project particular. If we lose nothing by postponing until early June, till we have the results of this poll, I don't object to the postponement. But I have to ask the question, are we in trouble on one or more of these projects in terms of a pencil down date by not proceeding tonight?
No, not necessarily. I mean, if we don't proceed tonight, that doesn't kill the project. It certainly will cause delays and might cause cost increase.
Well, but that's where I'm going. The ADG went through a lot of trouble to give us pencil down dates. And I look at the agenda tonight, these several amendments are there for a specific reason. And the reason to proceed is probably more critical for some than others, depending on when the pencil down date is. My position, as I said before, is that I'm in favor. I don't think it's wasted money. But at some point, we can't proceed until we pass an amendment. If it's more important to pass an amendment for one of these or consider an amendment for one of these tonight because it's time critical pencil down wise, then I want to do that. Otherwise, if we wait till the 2nd of June or the 9th and you tell me it doesn't matter, that's fine.
I'm not sure what else I can say. I maybe turn to Jason Cotton or one of the other consultants to maybe shed a little more light on that.
Councilmember Scanlon, can you see and hear me okay?
I could see you briefly. I can certainly hear you. You understand my question. You gave us those dates. I'm just curious as to their relevance in terms of what we're considering tonight.
Yes, sir. So I guess the point that I would make as it related to the pencil down dates, I mean, essentially, and it's different for each project.
I know.
But the majority of the teams are waiting. I mean, you remember that, we talked about this critical juncture, that we need to give our design team some guidance on which direction they need to move. And so the pencil down dates that we discussed are really the additional time that council would be providing the design teams to move the projects forward. And so the pencils down date were essentially when they would have to stop, provided that the amendments were passed. Does that make sense? And so really what we were trying to measure was how long between now and August could the design teams continue to move forward? That's the pencils down date that we referred to in our previous sessions.
Then the answer is that with regard to these several projects, whether we vote on it tonight or a week from tonight or 2 weeks from tonight, we're still within that bounds. Work won't stop.
No, I guess what I would say, just to clarify, our design teams are stopped. The majority of them, not every single one, but the majority of them are stopped. They're waiting on a decision. They do not know which way to go, either left or right, because we cannot tell them what the scope of their projects are. And so that's the significance of where we're at and why we're trying to move these projects forward. Everything is essentially going to come to a stop until we get these amendments in place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we are voting on the Reeves Park contract amendment. The motion on the floor is to postpone until the poll results are available. I will now call the roll. Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Carter.
No.
Councilmember Patron.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon.
No.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Scott.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
No.
The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Carter, Councilmember Scanlon, Mayor Clark. So it now moves us to, Mayor, on to item 24, which is the Griffin
Item
Park
20
item.
Yes, thank you. Amendment number 4 to contract 1617-114 with PDG LLC doing business as Planning Design Group, increasing the contract amount by $70,000 for a revised contract amount of $1,697,650 to provide professional architectural design services for the Griffin Park Sports Complex. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the amendment.
Motion to amend.
Okay. Are you gonna?
Go ahead, Councilmember Scott.
Okay, sorry. I would like to make a motion to postpone the rules and postpone item 24, 26, and 27 until we have polling results similarly as we just did.
Councilmember Scott, would you take a friendly amendment to exclude the senior center and Ruby Grant from those?
We would have to exclude item 26 altogether. So I guess I could postpone, or I would motion to suspend the rules to postpone item 24 and 27 till after we receive polling results.
Okay, and 25 is Ruby Grant. Yeah, I'll
So we'll
second
come to
that.
that next. Yeah, okay, thank you. And so just before we just had a lot of discussion, and I would just like to, so what I like parliamentary procedure, when we're on each item, there's a point of order. If you're not talking about the item at hand, then we're out of order. And that's sometimes why things go on and on and on. So what I just did was suspend the rules so that we can talk about 24 and 27 if we need to, on the Griffin Park Sports Complex and on item 27, there's a lot to read, the community sports project. So that's what we're looking at, postponing until after polling. 25 is about Ruby Grant, and 26 is the indoor aquatic, multi-sport, and senior wellness. So I just wanted to be very clear about the parliamentary procedure on that so that we can all kind of save ourselves some time. And with that, is my motion okay, Bryn?
You had a motion and a second. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I just want to state that I think that if we're going to postpone projects until the poll's done, I think we should probably postpone them all. The senior center, for example, it's in the same boat. Without additional funding, we can't do it the way that we want to do it, and not the way the senior citizens have told us they want us to do it. So, and we've definitely had a change in where we might build it too. So in my opinion, if we're going to postpone any project until after a poll's done, we should probably postpone them all, since they are all needing additional funding, and that funding potentially coming from a bond. I would also say that if a poll comes back unfavorable, I may not support even putting a bond in front of voters in August. So not for Norman Ford anyway. That's another option too, is we just don't put it forward until we think the time is right, which of course means more delays and potentially higher costs, but there's nothing that says we have to do it in August if we feel like that's not the right thing. So yeah, I do support polling and getting a gauge of what people are thinking right now. But I think if we're going to postpone one project for that, we should postpone them all. Thank you.
Councilmember Patron.
So the reason why I separated out the senior center from multi-sport and aquatics was based on the matrix that was provided by ADG here. The senior center is an across the board green light. In other words, regardless of the bond outcome, the drawings that they would be doing right now, the design work, is still applicable. So it would still be utilized. And that is why I treated it differently than the indoor aquatic, which goes from, it immediately is not if it doesn't pass. So we would go either into pausing the project on the aquatic and waiting for money, or redoing that design work altogether for whatever the budget would be at that point, whether it's back to 22.5 million or whatever. So that's just not the situation with the senior center. And yes, I understand that there's still a delta on the senior center. The deficit for a full build out is 4.8 million. But that is something that, we've discussed many different avenues, even before there was talk of the bond, as to how to achieve that deficit. But again, what's in front of us right now is spending money on a product, and whether or not, in my view, and whether or not that product is still viable for the project post the bond election. And so that is why I kept the senior center. It can continue to keep moving. The budget is what it is for design work, and it will remain viable. And then the same thing for Ruby Grant. It's in a different situation as well, and it's much further along. So this design work remains green across the board and remains viable. So that is why I support those two going ahead and being approved tonight.
Okay, there are no other comments about the motion to postpone.
I would add one. Again, we know what we want to build, so why don't we plan for it? We're not going to be in a pandemic forever. I think we need to give this community some hope to what our future will look like afterwards. And hopefully it's not half-assing Norman Forward.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to
A
postpone.
quick question.
Sure, go ahead, Councilman Carter.
It's for Catherine. Can you remind me again how these projects were going to be bundled on the ballot?
Sure, we were looking, economic development recovery package aside, looking at two different questions. One would be the Norman Forward projects, and also included a homeless project. And then the second question would be the municipal facilities project. So the EOC, this facility, 201 West Gray, and the transit facility have been included in there.
So 3 questions. The homeless will get bundled with Norman Forward, so it'll pass. You got the municipal complex. To me, that's shaky, and the economic development. So those are the 3 questions. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm for not postponing. Let's go forward.
Okay, motion on the floor again is to postpone items 24 and 27 until after polling is complete. I will call the roll. Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
No.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yeah.
Councilmember Scanlon,
No.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark. Did you vote, Mayor? You're muted.
No.
The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Carter, Councilmember Scanlon, Mayor Clark. We're now on item 25.
Thank you. Item 25, amendment number 1 to contract 1718-123 with Howell and Van Kuren Incorporated, increasing the contract amount by $30,600 for a revised contract amount of $480,600 plus reimbursable expenses to provide additional design services for the preparation of construction documents, bidding services, and construction supervision for the Norman Forward Phase 1 Ruby Grant Park project. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the amendment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any additional questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Are there any public comment coming in via social media or email regarding this item?
I believe we have some coming in via social media. Councilmember Carter wants to make a comment as well. Do you want to do that now or have the other comments read?
That was the
Councilmember
last
Carter, go ahead.
thing.
Go ahead,
Okay.
That was my request to talk on the last
Oh,
one.
sorry. I'm behind.
Come on, Brenda. Really?
All right, well, I'll read those public comments now. Cynthia Rogers from Ward 4 says, has the city done a cost benefit analysis for the $38 million pool, the $38 million 50-meter pool. Is there any research which shows these can cover construction costs? And on item 26, what is the deadline for construction of the indoor aquatic center / multi-sport gym in the amended UMP TIF project plan? What happens if the bond package fails? Robert Campbell says, Mayor, council, staff should be honest and represent all segments of society. You discredit your offices when you feign helplessness in the face of a high misery index and focus on wants versus needs. That's all public comment on this.
All right, thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the amendment. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
Yeah.
Councilmember Patron,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The amendment passes unanimously. On to item 26.
Thank you. Item 26, amendment number 1 to contract 1920-40 with Frankfurt Short Bruza Associates PC, increasing the contract amount by $324,925 for a revised contract amount of $2,305,725 to provide additional professional schematic design services for the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility in the Senior Wellness Center. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the amendment.
Motion to amend number 26. And I probably need a little help from city legal, please, Ms. Walker. But what I'd like to do, because I don't have my iPad is slow about pulling this up, but I want to break apart into 2 components. The first component being that we're voting on the multi-sport and aquatic as one, and the other, the senior center.
Okay, we can't break it into 2 different items to vote on separately because that's not how it was posted on the agenda. But if your wish is to move forward with the contract amendment only as it pertains to the senior center, then my recommendation would be to make a motion to amend the contract and strike the references to additional work for the indoor aquatic center and multi-sport facility and the design fees related thereto.
That's exactly what I would like to do. Can I get a second?
Second.
Can I have a point of clarification, please? I'm sorry. Catherine, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Yeah, so the motion is to move forward with the contract amendment on the Senior Wellness Center and striking the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what does that reduce the revised contract, or what does that reduce the contract amount by?
It's
so
78,500 is the senior center. The other 249,000 is multi-sport and aquatic.
Okay, so so it would be just striking those 2. So what does that mean for the contract amount on the design? This is the design scope for the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility for that. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
It would be on hold if we, I think that's something we could bring back as a separate amendment to the contract after the survey results come in for you all to consider.
Sorry, Councilmember Bertrand, is it possible to basically, because I want to make sure that that's what we're doing, is making sure we're bringing it back after we get the survey results. I don't want to just strike it and not have any sort of the same number as this, you know what I'm saying? So we have this number down, you know, and if we're talking about a fluctuation in cost.
26.
And so do you see what I'm saying? So
It would come back as amendment number 2 to the contract. If you all move forward with this amendment now. And so it would be just those dollar figures associated with the indoor aquatic center and multi-sport facility that would be included in amendment number 2. And we can certainly note that intention in the minutes.
Yeah, there's no need to include it in your motion.
Okay, so I guess, okay, so since the senior, is it okay for me to keep commenting, or is this a good time?
Well, the motion on the floor is to strike the reference. That's what you should be commenting to.
That is what I am commenting to, because I'm trying to understand the implications for the rest of the the contract amendment. Everything's on hold anyway, and my intention is basically to postpone this whole item, as well as the other ones. But so I guess as far as, is the Senior Wellness Center not also is it not also contingent, like the state-of-the-art design, the 21st Century Wellness Center, is it not also contingent upon the bond election and, you know, kind of the placement is changing. So I don't know if so while I support, again, I've supported all these things, I'm just not sure if I'm willing to move forward. And that's kind of been the consistency the whole night, is I'm not sure I'm willing to move forward on any contract that we don't have concrete locations or support for. So if you would accept it, I prefer that we move this whole item still to kind of in the same vein that we've done until we find that we have support for the bond election, because this too is dependent upon this. I believe, if I'm correct, that the Senior Wellness Center is also dependent upon the bond election. Is that correct?
Councilmember Patron, the senior center project is $4.8 million short of the funding necessary. Whether that comes from bond money or somewhere else, it's 4.8 million short of being able to accomplish the whole project.
If you were asking me, Councilmember Scott, yeah, the delta, there's just like all the rest of them, you know, there's a delta that would need to be achieved. The reason why I was okay with going ahead and sending it forward. This one, I know you can't read it from there, but the second one is the senior center. And it's green all the way across. So in other words, that design money will still be relevant and the work will remain this, like it. We're not dependent on how the bond comes out as to whether or not the design remains relevant. We won't have to redo the design work. Does that make sense?
So either way,
it won't get shelved.
Sorry?
It wouldn't get shelved.
Okay, I'm
okay with it. I understand, and because I have some of the same, I was trying to do it to compromise with some, so I could go either way.
If you would accept it, I would just feel more, because I feel like we're still looking at a design increase on things that are uncertain.
I understand.
So I don't know that I can support striking the indoor aquatic and multi-sport facility, just because something about doing that makes me a little uncomfortable. I support all of these projects genuinely, and I just think at this time they're actually all of their placements are a little uncertain as far as location goes. I would prefer that we move forward with just postponing it until we get the survey results back, and maybe asking a specific question on the polling that in regards to the Senior Wellness Center.
Okay, well, now that the motion is on the floor with a second to strike, the motion now belongs to the body. It's no longer Councilmember Patron's motion to withdraw or amend. So it would be the will of the body. If you want to withdraw the motion, you vote it down. And you can start over on a motion to postpone. But the motion on the floor is the motion to strike.
Brenda, does anybody have their hand raised? I'm happy either way. So, I mean, I'm okay.
Stephen does. Councilmember Holman has his hand raised.
Away people's chance to talk.
Yeah, I agree with Alex. I think just some of the questions about the senior center and what we're going to do and some of the things that have changed. From what I'm guessing, with these plans, we can still do it if the bond doesn't pass, but it would be in the phased approach. And that design was based off of Reeves Park, the phased one that we saw a few months ago. So I'm not sure exactly how the senior center would go forward if the bond doesn't pass, because there's so many things that need money for us to find $4.9 million just for the senior center. Could be difficult, unless we're planning to go at it in a phased approach. And again, the drawings I last saw of the phased approach showed it being at Reeves Park. So that's just kind of the same feeling I have about the senior center. That maybe in a few weeks we might have a better idea of some of that. And if a bond doesn't look favorable, then, I think most of us, if not all of us, have said the senior center is a priority for us. So I think we would begin working on some way, but given the type of budget deficit we're probably going to be facing as far as sales tax, I'm just not real sure. So I think I would feel better too if we postpone the whole item. I agree that striking part of it leaves a little bit unclear about when that would come back. But so I would support postponing the whole item for now until we have the polling back. Thanks.
Okay, you have Councilmember Hall.
Yes, I'm willing to postpone too. I would like these separated out at some point. The reason that I was willing to go forward tonight is precisely because of the matrix that was prepared for us by ADG, because under all three scenarios, it has the green light. But I'm also fine if we want to postpone it, if that would make it simpler. I understand the consistency of it that you're trying to address, Councilmember Scott. The one thing I would want to mention is, of all of these projects, the senior center might be the one that's been on the most tortured path. And it's, I think it's on its fourth location at this point. And I would like to remind all of my fellow council members that the ad hoc committee at their final meeting not only voted to change the location to the Porter campus, but they also voted to that they were not interested in doing a phased project. So that's just for your information.
Okay, Mayor, I see no other comments unless you would like to make some comments before we vote.
Councilor Patron looks like she has something to say.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna let the mayor have her comment, and then I was gonna pull it back off.
I have no comment. I made it clear I won't support postponing.
Okay, I would like to withdraw my current motion to strike.
As I stated just a few minutes ago, it's no longer your motion, Councilmember Patron. It now belongs to the body because it's been seconded. So
Okay.
we just need to vote on it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll call the roll. This is on the motion to strike the reference to the additional work for the multi-sport facility and the aquatics facility. Councilmember Bierman.
Wait, so explain that again.
The motion that Councilmember Patron made was to strike reference to the additional work and the funds related thereto for the multi-sport facility and the aquatics facility, which virtually would leave the senior center still in play in the amendment. So that's the motion on the floor.
To not postpone, do I vote yes or no?
We're not on postpone, right?
We're on striking right now.
They're just striking, removing those items. I'm against
Right,
that.
removing the aquatic center and the multi-sport.
So
Okay.
after
Oh, no.
voting
Okay.
this one down, point of information, voting this one down, do we still have Councilmember Scott has the opportunity or anybody else to motion for a postponement? Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Bierman,
No.
Councilmember Carter,
No.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember, where am I at? Hall,
No.
Councilmember Wilson,
Oh, no. Almost said Hall.
Councilmember Scanlon,
No.
Councilmember Holman,
No.
Councilmember Scott,
No.
Mayor Clark.
No.
Okay, the motion to strike the reference fails unanimously. Now,
May I be recognized? May I be, okay, thank you. I would like to postpone item 26 until after we have polling results. Like with every other item we've done other than item 25. So thank you
Second.
for that. That was fun exercise.
Second.
Oh, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
okay, any further discussion on the motion to postpone until after polling results? I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay.
With your permission, I'll call the
Please do.
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Carter,
I do not want to postpone the senior center indoor sports complex or swim complex. I vote no.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Scanlon,
No.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Scott,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
No.
The motion to postpone passes by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Carter, Councilmember Scanlon, and Mayor Clark. We're now to miscellaneous discussion, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 28, miscellaneous discussion. This is an opportunity for citizens to address city council. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments? Let me check right quick. We currently do not have any public comments, Mayor. We do have a delay. Oh, okay, we do have one now. One moment.
All right, council, we do have a public comment from Robert Campbell. Used to city council, used to actively listen and respond during miscellaneous. We need to get back to that. Otherwise, city of Norman government is broken and we need faith in our local government. Less badass from y'all, more appreciative. That is our only miscellaneous comment.
Thank you. Now we will go to council comments. We can go backwards this time and start with Ward 8.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself as she calls on you.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Good job tonight. I appreciate the support on the postponement only because, again, the fiscal responsibility we have to the public trust and just wanting to make sure that and I want to move forward on these projects just as much as everybody else. I've been very supportive and I have said in the past that we should proceed government as usual. And just seeing the things that we see, knowing how people feel and things being so uncertain, I just feel very apprehensive. So I appreciate everyone's comments the reasons they voted yes, the reasons they voted no. We all dedicate a lot of time to this, and I really appreciate it. Aside from, and also our staff who puts a lot of time into it, as well as our partners, the Bond Council, ADG, and the gentlemen who are here tonight with our contractors. So I appreciate that. I understand, you know, pencils are down at this time. People want to go back to work, but if we can't justify paying them for their, you know, out of tax dollars, out of taxpayer dollars, then we can't justify move forward, any of us. So I appreciate that. It's not easy. We make hard decisions all the time. So that's why you guys are the best. And I appreciate working with you. Brenda, you rock. Thanks for everything. We got to get down our parliamentary procedure. I'm going to keep my comments short because I respect you. And I always say, come on, under 5 minutes. It is Mental Health Awareness Month. Let's keep that in mind. Because COVID is still running rampant. I really, really support the mask on campaign. I really want to see, you know, everybody with their masks on. Anytime I have to go outside, I usually opt not to as often as possible, especially now that it's getting cold in May. I don't understand what that's about, but I do want to see masks on, you know, making sure that we are keeping each other safe. I want to have a Ward 8 meeting, like a town Ward 8 meeting virtually. I'm not sure exactly how to work that out, whether it's via Zoom, maybe with some help of the city. But that is something that I'd like to do at the end of the month. Aside from that, those are most of my comments. I also appreciate the conversation that we had about affordable housing. I think that Norman is a very progressive and inclusive city. That's why, you know, I think we're fiscally responsible and fiscally conservative. That's what we demonstrated this evening, making sure that we have the support of our community moving forward. And we're using our dollars most responsibly when we are taking care of the people who are most vulnerable, and providing affordable housing, you know, rent forgiveness and things like that, especially because ironically today, the state Senate they slashed funding for the affordable housing tax credit. So while they're doing that at the state capitol and actively trying to, you know, infringe and harm people, we are actively trying to uplift our communities, even though we have disagreements and go for hours on end. So I'll keep it short, like I tried to. And then I think I might leave the meeting because I love you guys, but I don't know how long this is gonna last. And I think we did a lot of good work today. So, and we have a lot left to go before I make my exit in July. So I appreciate you and everyone who tuned in and has been giving us feedback. Thank you. Please participate in the polls. We are asking for your opinions. We're asking for your support. Please give us feedback that is going to help us make our future decisions. So thank you so much and good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Couple things. I definitely, if Catherine's still here, I would like to have some sort of action plan for the UNP-TIF Norman Forward deal, because I don't feel like we're going to start construction on the Indoor Aquatic Center by January 1st. So figuring out what we're going to do about that, how we might proceed, even if a bond passes in August, are we able to actually start construction January 1st? If not, what does that mean for that deal? If bond doesn't pass, what course of action will we take then as far as the UNP-TIF deal goes? This, of course, assuming that there isn't further court action just based on our current trajectory of what's been decided so far. I would like to know what we might plan to do in those scenarios. I think that would be very helpful. I think that hopefully gets at one of the questions that was asked by a constituent in the comments earlier. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Second, I do want to extend my appreciation to our city forester, arborist, Tim Vermillion. I asked him last week if he would have some time to stop by my house actually and look at the trees that are on the property. It's a really old house, and there are almost 20 fully grown old trees on this property. One is a over 100-year-old elm tree actually. And I've lived in this house for 8 years, and I've always been very curious what type of trees are on this property, just more information about them, stuff I might be able to share with the owner of the property that she might be interested in as far as care and maintenance of the trees. They provide an immense amount of shade for this house. I live upstairs, and if the trees did not surround this house the way they do, my apartment would be extremely hot in the summertime. My electric bill would be through the roof without a doubt. And the trees surround the whole house. They block the sun from the west from shining directly on the house in the afternoons. There's a little bit, just enough to look nice, but it is really valuable from that aspect, not just property values, as Councilor Carter is mentioning, but really the trees and the canopy around a house can really provide a lot of different things in regard to quality of life, in regard to reduced electricity bill for one. So I was really appreciative of Tim for coming by and looking at the trees on the property. He gave me a report back of what they are and some of the history about them. I was so impressed because he could just look at the tree and he knew what it was. And he's like feeling the bark on it, and he's telling me all this stuff about it. It's just extremely impressive, the knowledge that he has about this. And the test that he told me he had to take to get his certification was he had to identify 500 trees by just looking at the leaves on it or something. I can't even imagine that. So that was really helpful. He talked to me about the great soil in this part of town and why trees grow so well in central Norman, but other parts of town, the soil is not as good, and it's really difficult to get trees to grow at all. And so it's just really interesting, and I'm really thankful that we have that position filled again. And I think Tim is a great person to have in that role. And so has already proven his value to me, not just in this instance, but in multiple cases since he's been on staff again. So just wanted to shout out to him. Also, over the weekend, I received a couple calls from some Ward 7 residents on College Avenue, which I live on, but they actually live on the block north of me, which is probably the worst flooding area in Norman now, ever since we fixed the Lake McGee situation. So College and Lindsay Street, Lindsay and Elm Street floods pretty significantly anytime it rains. You can actually see the debris line in the front yards after it rains, because the water does go over the curbs of the street, over the sidewalks, and approaches the front of the houses. So some neighbors called me this weekend because one of the properties, a pretty large parking lot at the end of the street, replaced all of their trees and bushes and plantings and laid down plastic base and put rocks on top of it, citing that it'll be great because the water will roll right off of it and into the street when it rains. I guess they didn't know that the street floods and doesn't drain at all. So I notified stormwater staff about that, and they are taking a look at it to see what's going on. The parking lot may have been required when it was approved years ago to have landscaping, a certain type of landscaping in perpetuity. I don't know that for sure. So if any of the residents on College are watching the meeting, staff is looking at that right now, and hopefully we can have some answers about what was going on, and hopefully the changes don't make a really bad situation on College worse than it is already. So thankfully voters last year approved a transportation bond project that will eventually fix that problem, but it is a few years down the road. So anyway, a shout out to stormwater staff and just letting all the residents on College know city staff is working on it. And the last thing, I spent some time over the weekend on the city's GIS mapping site. you can actually look at satellite pictures of Norman going back to 1997, which isn't really that long ago, in the totality of how old Norman is. I wish we had some older satellite pictures, but the 1997, you can look at the urban and rural sections, and it's pretty eye-opening, especially if you look at things that aren't there anymore. And we talked about affordable housing tonight. And one of the things I really noticed looking at the 1997 GIS map and comparing what I know today, it's really noticeable the amount of affordable, cheap housing in Norman that existed just in 1997 that doesn't exist anymore. It's been replaced by new developments and stuff. And when you look at those maps, you can really see, if you want to think of something, well, I wonder what used to be there. You can look at this map and you can see what used to be there actually, or what a street used to look like, or what the main street roundabout used to look like before it was a roundabout. It was a very awkward intersection. So that stuff is very interesting to me, but also can be very eye-opening too, and remind us of, even though 1997, that's 23, 22 years ago, it's kind of a long time, but it's not really that long. And a lot can definitely change in a short amount of time. So anyway, I appreciate all of you, city staff, all the work you do. I appreciate all my colleagues. I can't wait to see you all in person on a regular basis again. I'm really sick of these video meetings, honestly. My house is, I like not having to drive home at the end of that, I guess, but I enjoy coming to City Hall and sitting up there and getting to see the public face to face, and being able to talk to people after the meetings and stuff like that. And again, seeing all of you. So thank you all for your work. We got a lot more work, hard work to do. So good night. See you next time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scanlon.
I was only going to have 2 comments, but Stephen forces me to have a third. Stephen, if you want to have a race in terms of flooding in a neighborhood, I know where you can come on any rainy day. You're quite welcome, day or night. The 2 comments I'd really like to make, one has to do with masks. I've been out and about, went to a year-old appointment at an optometrist last week. They had just reopened per the mayor's orders. And they were very careful, taking my temperature, asking me if I'd been to New York recently before they let me in the door. And I had a conversation with the optometrist about this, and, is this a burden for you? And he says, quite the opposite. He welcomes the restrictions that he's got to practice with, because it protects him and it protects his employees. And he was very enthusiastic about it. A day later, I went to get some work done on my car, and while they didn't take my temperature, they didn't care whether I'd been to New York. They were quite insistent on exercising social distancing, going as far as disinfecting my keys before they'd handle them. These are good things. And again, the owner of that particular shop was enthusiastic about the rules. So I have to pass that on. The other thing I'd like to comment on, we had a meeting of the ad hoc committee on homelessness this morning, the first meeting since the 10th of March. And part of the agenda was to discuss some of the stuff that Lisa Craig presented tonight, and it was good to see a preview. We also discussed something that we need to keep in everybody's mind, and that is that while we may not have a homeless resource center for a while, depending on what happens with this future bond issue, we will have a need coming up this winter for a warming shelter. And so our eye is on the prize in terms of finding a location, finding funding, that kind of thing. That's lurking out there, and it's really important. The third thing about that meeting was a discussion of COVID and the fact that maybe it's counterintuitive, but as near as anybody can tell, and there have been a number of people working with the homeless, going to the encampments and so on, there has not been well, there was, I think, one person identified as potentially having caught the virus. So the homeless community, for the moment, is not suffering, and that's a good thing. But on a sad, and I'll close on this, there's a homeless man that lived down by the river. His name was Richard, and he was essentially the Lord of all he surveyed down there. He looked out for his neighbors. He didn't consider himself homeless, though he was. He was rather content with his lot. He took care of his neighbors. If they needed help, he provided it. Richard was hit and killed by a hit and run driver at 24th and Highway 9 a few days ago. Norman has lost a very honorable citizen, and I hate to see the man go. And I could not let this event go by without at least complimenting him and all he meant to his community, his homeless community, and frankly to the city. He was an honorable citizen, and I, for one, who knew him, will miss him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Wilson.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Please be watching the Facebook page because I am still trying to organize a, what are we calling it? A crime conversation with our Norman PD. So I'm going to need to get some feedback on good times for that. So watch the Facebook page or email me at ward5@normanok.gov. Also, please give me feedback on these projects that we just voted in the most complicated and confusing way ever to postpone a little bit. And also, I'd like to thank my colleagues for always confusing me late at night with Robert's Rules of Order, because it's always fun to be hungry and late at night and trying to figure out what we're voting on. So other than that, I hope everybody is well, and I'll let the next person talk.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
First of all, I just want to start out by thanking our city staff and all of our partners who hung in here with us all night long. We really appreciate all of the information that you've provided for us so that we can work through all the challenges that are before us. And I also want to just say thank you to my fellow council members and how much I appreciate the thoughtful deliberation that we go through on these complicated challenges that we have. And I respect each one of you so much, from just listening to how you work through the problem. And, you know, we may not come out in the same place, but I definitely respect how you get there. And I know we all really care about these Norman Forward projects and how we can move them forward. And they are, you know, part of our recovery for the future. So I'm hoping that we can, you know, find our way and get this sorted out and get the community behind us so that we can complete these projects as our community has told us what they want to do. I also would love to hear from Ward 4 residents. Really, I'm happy to hear from anybody, but I've really enjoyed the communication that we've had in this unusual time when we can't really have Ward 4 meetings right now. I'm also exploring ideas of how to do some kind of virtual meeting in the future, but please continue to send me your thoughts and comments, and particularly on all of the things that we talked about tonight, but any other issue that is of concern to you, because it really helps me in moving forward. And I also want to put in my plug for filling out your census form. I checked today and we're at 60.8% response rate, which means that we're leaving 40% of our potential funding that we could have for the city of Norman, as well as how our census count impacts so many other things that Ms. Craig alluded to tonight that we use when we're applying for grants and things like that. So please fill out your census form and wear your mask. And thank you all for tuning in tonight, and stay well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Patron.
Okay, I want to echo some of the same things that some of you others have said as well. I really, in these times, I have appreciate more than ever before the respect and the ability to agree to disagree respectfully. And I miss you all, I really do. And we don't have to agree on every single thing to still see the humanity in one another. And sometimes I think that that's what it comes down to is understanding that we all, everybody, whether it's council members, neighbors, residents, we need to find each other's humanity and be able to treat each other with respect. And so I just really appreciate the conversations and deliberation, and ultimately coming back to valuing each other as humans. And that goes for city staff as well. I really appreciate how hard you all work and walk us through sometimes with this stuff. Anyway, and the contractors, everybody, I appreciate it. Graduates, it seems crazy, but here we are right at graduation time. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the 5th graders and the 8th graders and the seniors and college seniors. I know it probably has to feel like that you're not being seen, but we see you. And I'm grateful to Norman Public Schools for really going above and beyond to try to be creative to acknowledge these kids. My daughter's in 5th grade, and we've had signs put in the yard and teachers doing drive-bys and just really cool stuff, and parents making videos, just really coming together in unique ways. And so congratulations to our graduates. Oh, sidebar, I did want to make sure that Councilmember Hall brought it up during the discussion, but if we can make sure to have the agenda item for multi-sport aquatic be separated from the senior center. So next time, if we have the same discussions, it's not quite so confusing, and I apologize for that being my fault. But anyway, it'd be good to not couple them in with that project. I also want to say that I agree with Mr. Robert Mark Campbell's comment about I miss citizen input live and in the flesh as well. So I hope that we can, I don't know how we go about with Zoom, but if we, and maybe we'll just have to wait until we're able to be in person again, I don't know. But if there is a way that we can better incorporate it, I don't know. It's not even the same seeing you guys' face on the screen, but much less, all that's to say is I'm with him. I do miss the citizen input because we have a strong community that shows up. And on that note, I have some concerns that with planning committee being this week and it being a full agenda, I'm concerned about how the citizens will be able to be involved with planning commission agenda items. So hopefully staff can figure out some way that they can get their voices heard, because I know that not everybody is able to get on Zoom. So for one reason or the other. So and then let's see. I don't know. I guess that ultimately what this for me has come down to, I know that we all have different handling this pandemic differently. But for me, I've had a lot of time that I've just been thinking about how is it that in my frustration and my stress, what do I actually have control over? And usually it's not a whole lot, but how I choose to react and how I choose to treat people is that is something I do have control over. So I would say, whoa, you just made my screen go dark. Choose kindness. Those are choices that we have. And you know, what you put out there, what I put out there, it has effects on other people, even when they agree with you. So when we're in our own echo chamber and we put out discontent or anger, just because there are other people that agree with us, the presentation, it just settles within our own gut. So we carry that with us. And so I would just really, not trying to be anyone's parent, I'm just trying to hopefully lend support for all of us, for one another, because at the end of the day, we're all residents of this city, and there's my dogs, we're all going through a lot together. And so rather than running to our echo chambers, maybe we should just try to put out good vibes. And on that, I came across a quote from FDR that I thought was pretty cool, which is part of my time on my hands, I guess. And it is this: human kindness has never weakened the stamina or softened the fiber of a free people. A nation does not have to be cruel to be tough. So I wanted to share that with you guys. Be good to each other.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carter.
Okay, wear your masks. I've been we've been an essential business, and I've been doing this for a while, and it works. So I've been tested twice. I'm still negative. A constituent named Natasha Cottrell brought an interesting concept up that's going around now. It's a thing in the younger vernacular, and it's called No Mow May, and it has to do with pollinators and the lack of habitat for pollinators, and how things like honeybees have been decimated recently. Honeybees, winter before last, 1819, lost about 40% of our honeybees. Now we actually have the killer wasp. And but there's a movement going about called No Mow May to even in Native American lore, this month is the month of the flower moon, which means, you know, the days will start to get longer and hotter, and the flowers will disappear kind of naturally. And I sent an email around. I sent an email out just a few minutes ago with everyone to kind of give you a link to kind of read about it. And maybe it's something we're already through most of May, but next year we might want to embrace it. And I kind of asked Mr. Pyle to look at not enforcing long grass ordinances until maybe the middle of June, to try and give these flowers a few more weeks of life, so that it will help feed these pollinators, the bees, the butterflies, things like that. The city of Purcell just planted 7 acres of milkweed down by Purcell Lake to be as a stopping place for the migration of the monarch butterfly. And so, you know, when they see it as an ecotourism boost. And so I just want to close with, you know, my theme here has been trees, which we're not going to get much done on tree ordinances right now with what's going on. So that ball is definitely going to be passed to you guys, and I hope you guys embrace it. You know, the South Canadian River Park is kind of the great unfulfilled void in the Norman Forward list of projects. And, you know, if you can envision a South Canadian River Park that preserves this braided prairie river, which is very unique to our part of the world, where it's a breeding ground for endangered species like the bald eagle and like the least tern, endangered and threatened species. This could be an outdoor educational laboratory for students to come see, you know, pollinators and milkweed beds and flowers and all of this. You know, as there's an education tourism, there's an ecotourism. You know, this can really be something that's special and unique to Norman, and not be the concrete version of the North Canadian River that you see in Oklahoma City, but the natural ecosystem that, we have and be the gateway as we come from the south into Norman. And so I leave you with those thoughts. Be safe, everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bierman.
I do not have a whole lot today. First, just want to say if anyone out there still needs a mask, or preferably even needs a second one for their rotation so that they're not washing it every single day and making sure that you're wearing a clean mask whenever you go out, feel free to get in touch with me. My feet are physically cramping from how long I have been pushing on the foot pedal of my sewing machine to make them. I feel like I could play drums in a band now. But I have plenty if you need them, so please get in touch with me if you do. Now is an excellent time, if you haven't already done so, to clean out your tornado shelter. That was a really, really gross task that I'm very glad that I did last week. If you have the time, go and do it. We are heading into the most fun time of the year for that, and I typically end up waiting until the sirens go off to realize that I haven't cleaned it. So here's your warning: go and clean your tornado shelter. And that's pretty much it for me today. I don't know about the rest of you, but at week 8 of stay at home means that I'm really struggling to kind of keep everything on my plate with this change in routine. It feels like it's getting progressively harder and harder with every single week. So, and as Councilmember Scott said, this is Mental Health Awareness Month. So please take care of yourself. It is even the strongest and toughest willed of people are probably starting to feel the effects of everything that's been going on. So recognize that, be gentle with yourself, and everyone have a good week. And I'm sure I'll be talking to some of you soon.
All right, that was a lot of great messages from the Norman City Council. I too don't have much to add. I will encourage you all to wear masks when you're out and about. I stressed in a video last week that it's not just about your American freedoms, which I'm very proud and honored to have and will fight for. But part of who we are as Americans and Oklahomans has got to be looking out for each other. We have got to stand together. And I'm going to be so bold and say, asking you to wear a mask when you're out in public really isn't asking all that much. So please do it. I'm excited for Mask Up in May. Thank you to everyone that participated. Everyone from Dr. Miliarino at Norman Public Schools to Aaron Gavigan at Norman Arts Council, Scott Martin with the Norman Chamber, Coach Riley and Coach Switzer, and on all you council members. So thank you for that. We are all in this together, and we have continued to set the bar for how to respond to a pandemic in Oklahoma. And I hope we continue to do so. So with that, take care of yourselves, take care of your families, take care of others. Good night, Norman.